Hey guys, welcome to Hash Church, episode 37. Holy shit, where did the weeks go? I had to start a little early this week. I apologize. Eating blueberries. I got blueberries all over my lips. You can see my fingers are a little stained blue too. Little blueberries for breakfast today. And welcome everyone. I'm not too sure how many people are going to end up showing up this early, but we'll see. We'll send out the link. We'll see who's up at 'em. I have... my son has a recital today, and I'd hate the idea of missing it. So I thought I would start Hash Church a little bit earlier so I could give you guys everything that you need. And I could also get to my son's event and go check out that as well. So we are fresh and live. And I'll tell you, not too many Hash Churches where it says there's 0 viewers. Weird. Let me see if you guys see me live. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Google Hangouts says we're live. Says we're live. Got 0 viewers. Weird. That's not good. All right, well, we're checking it out. I'll have to have a live viewer come on, otherwise I'm going to have to restart. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, good. Welcome to the first 13 viewers. I think we're good. We're good. Lords of Bongtown videos coming soon. Yes, bro, there's some Lords of Bongtown videos coming. I just didn't want to throw too many of the same ones out over and over and over again. So I had done 3 videos on the electric skateboards with Chris Bennett. And man, that was really fun. Had a great time. Have a great time during most of the videos, I got to admit. The one thing I honestly could say that I could potentially do without, now I'm not trying to be negative here in the early morning, but man, some of the comments that people leave on my channel are just unbelievable. I would suggest that if you're watching Bubbleman's World, I do want to hear from you, but I don't want to hear from you in a negative way. So if you're thinking that you're going to come on and leave some snarky comment, I pretty much have a 0 tolerance, and I just usually delete and block that person. And so I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I want to keep it kind of positive for everyone. I want everyone to enjoy the channel. And I think sometimes I think trolls get themselves into a situation where they hijack the post, they hijack the traction, they hijack all the people who are on the post because they're certainly not on the trolls page. And it just gets a little bit old, a little bit fast. So today I can tell you guys about something really cool that I wanted to tell you guys about. It's a new app, and it's called Periscope. So yeah, here it is right here, Periscope. And so Periscope is live. Interesting. It lets you turn your phone into like a broadcasting agent, much like I'm doing right now with Google and YouTube. So if you want to join me for periscoping, because sometimes I'm splitting my videos now, and I'm doing a little bit of video on the Periscope. By all means, check me out. I'm at BC Bubbleman at it's a Twitter account. You follow the Twitter account, and boom, you're in just like that. Let me try to send this link out again today. I know some of the people are awake, and some of them are asleep. Just get some sleepers in the house today. Let's see where we are here. Here we go. That one was seen by 1 person. Let's try that again. Also probably send out the individuals. Sometimes that's an easier way to get the messages out to everyone. Mr. Todd McCormick, Mr. Etienne. Got our regulars in here. It's very early, so I understand if they're asleep. Horatio probably only went to bed 40 minutes ago. So why don't we start off Hash Church with a little rep. Got the Fab Egg in the house. I've got a little bit of rosin, that D420K, and I pressed up the other day. Just a little bit. Boom, boom, boom. Almost looks like it's getting a little bit of the buttering effect here. It's still very stable and as hard as a rock and shatters, but I'll keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that indeed. So yeah, yesterday went out on the boat with D420K, spent the whole day out on the house sound, blazing it up. That'll be another video coming soon as well to all of you guys. And man, oh man, I'd love to get someone in here. Where's Jen Doe? Where are you, Jen Doe? Maybe Bird wants to come in and talk about Apex. Yeah, so hopefully we get a good crew in here today. I'm not going to be in for very long. It's going to be a couple of hours. Don't forget your YouTube audience. I won't forget my YouTube audience. To be honest, Periscope is kind of a low quality, really quick sort of just an experience that I can bring you guys with me without having to have the computer, have the Google Plus, have the YouTube, have it all set up. You can do it all through your phone, through Periscope, and it's pretty cool. I like the idea as well as there's an open chat in Periscope, so much the same way you guys are chatting to me right now, there's a little chat. And blessed love to you as well, Prophet Rastafari. You know what, John? Some of it will and some of it won't. It really depends on what you're making. You're doing a lot of bud, so your bud isn't dry. It's got wax membrane moisture, and so that is definitely going to butter it up. We made this, I gotta say, 4+ days ago now, and it's still as hard as a rock, just as hard as a rock. However, I did put a little piece of parchment over it, and the one place that the parchment was touching it, not the oil slick, looks like it's just got a little creamy color. I sent the link out to everyone, guys. You know, I don't know what people are doing when they're not coming in. I sent the link out. I sent the link out to everyone, including Johnny B. Here. I'll send it out to Jibs. Oh, I see. There's a couple more. Couple more Hash Church links sent out. I sent out the email already to the boys, so they should have gotten it. It's early. It's much earlier than Hash Church usually starts, and I totally understand, but the bottom line is I'm leaving early today, so when all those guys wake up and decide that it's time for Hash Church, I'm going to be leaving. Yeah, it's watchable straight from Twitter. Exactly, Prophet Marcus. The app works through Twitter. So when I go live, it sends a link out through Twitter. You click on that link and it's live. You can also get, yeah, parchment sales are definitely booming these last, I wouldn't even say years as much as, well, yeah, I guess with the BHO for sure. And now rosin, that's doubling it up for sure. So that's a lot of, that's a lot for sure. Oh, I'm gonna have my rip. I think my rip will start it off. We got 110 viewers in the house. Thank you guys for showing up for Hash Church today. I know it's just me, Bubbleman, in the room, but I'll come up with some interesting things to talk about. Don't worry about that. Hey, we're trying, Brad. I can't wake them up, brother. I can't wake up the veterans. They got to wake up on their own. All I can do is put out the link and puff the bowls. Yeah. Put out the link and puff the bowls. Welcome, John. What's going on? No sound. Well, that's not ideal. Why don't you figure it out? Go turn your computer on and off. That usually does the job. You know what? I do have a new code for D-Nail for the month of June, but those guys make such weird codes for me that I never have a fucking idea what they are. You know, it was 420, which was easy. Now it's like Bubbleman 55 or Bubbleman 33 or I really don't know. I'll try to figure it out today and get it updated for you there for sure. So, all right. Hopefully John will try to come back there. We had a whole person with us there. That was exciting. I guess this is what happens when you start the chat early. It's too bad because I really wanted to have a good Hash Church today. But like I said, I have my son's recital today, and it is in a few hours. So I thought I'll start Hash Church early today, get the communication out of the way. Wanted to thank Karen for coming in last week. Tony brought her in, one of their amazing stories from River Rock and from the Act Now program. And it was unfortunate that she didn't get to talk. She's a survivor of metastatic bone, breast, and liver cancer. and she's used the Act Now program to turn down those diseases, not off, or maybe off, but not cured. And then she also was able to sort of go off the Act Now to see if the cancer would come back, which is a very brave thing to do. And so I really hope that she can come in again this week. I apologize that we didn't get to hear from her last week. We had, who did we have telling their story last week? It was incredible. God, I'm having a hard time now keeping up with these people. Oh, it was Cheryl T. Rose telling us about Haley. Very powerful story. I hope that they're doing well. I hope everyone's doing well. I just kind of want to create a platform here on Hash Church where we have the ability to share these stories, get them out, kind of inspire people, and hope for the best. This war is still on. It's not over. As far as I'm concerned, as long as we have cannabis felons in prison, cannabis users, cannabis growers in prison, then this won't be done. A lot of people got licenses to grow and they're happy. They're just rocking and rolling. They're growing and selling and they've got a business going. But there are still people in prison that don't belong there, and we gotta make good by that. I think we're getting so close that I don't want to be hypnotized like the way we got hypnotized with hemp. What they did was they gave it to us. They just signed the paper, and we were so shocked that we didn't really do much after that. Aussie Bubble is the best. It's definitely some of the best. Sun-grown Mullumbimby madness from Mullum area is, I can't even explain to you how delicious that is. Welcome from Brazil, Mike, Atomic Skier. Not much snow down there, I guess, huh? Maybe a little bit of summertime snow in Argentina, or where do you guys, Chile? I guess Chile is the big spot for summer skiing. Oh, well, no, in Greg's defense, OG Brick, the best bubble hash is everywhere in the world. That's the bottom line. Yes, I did, Prophet Marcus. I invited him in. In fact, I'm going to try and get him into Hash Church one day soon, and to talk about it a little bit. Give us a little breakdown on what's going on there. So, what do we got going on here? Hash Church with just Bubbleman? I guess that's one way of doing it. See what Chris Bennett's up to. Let's see what Robert Connell Clark is up to. Let's see what Todd McCormick is up to. Let's see what Tony Verzura was up to. I'm guessing they're all sleeping because Bubbleman pulled a fast one on them and woke up an hour early. That's okay. They'll be here in an hour or so, and that's fun. So any questions you guys got? The chat is popping. We do have, we got 136 people, which isn't too bad, although at 9 o'clock, I bet you it jumps to 600 or 700 people. You have Cross of the Mullumbimby Madness. Well, Greg Walker, I will do you one better. I have the original from one of the old school breeders from the 70s. His son's name on Overgrow back in the early 2000s was Mullumbimby Madness. He sent me the bud, he sent me the hash, and he sent me the seed. I've invited Jim Frere. So I have seed of the original Mullumbimby Madness, and I have it in a little special card that says Dad's Stash. He sent me a bunch of other ones. Oh yeah, I'll send Soma out a link. Hey Mark, my friend that writes for Vice was looking for good Jamaican cannabis-related stories articles. Do you think you got any cool ideas? Tyler, I would say you should probably get your friend from Vice to get in touch with me. We have more than enough good ideas there. Let's invite Soma in. That would be so sweet to see him. And it's nighttime over there in Amsterdam. Maybe Soma wants to come in for a little visit. Again, maybe I'm just sending out the wrong link. No, it's the right link. John got in. Oh, and there's D420K.
Hey, bro.
Dude, how's it going?
It's going good. I don't know how good my connection's going to be. I'm piggybacking off of one of those coffee shop ones, but we'll try it out.
You look great. I can hear you, so fuck, I support that. Do you feel a little bit boat hungover?
Oh fuck, buddy! Holy shit! I got up last night at about midnight, I think, or 11:30, and went and had sushi because I was fucking starving, man. Afterwards, Oh, it just froze up on me. I'll take a picture of your head.
with them. It's always a matter of getting in touch with them. If you guys have great ideas for me to get in touch with people, getting me in touch with a contact for them is really the most helpful thing that you can do. No, again, Marcus, they killed another man over cannabis? Come on, isn't that why they changed the laws in the first place? I missed this. What happened? Oh, I don't want to watch videos of it on YouTube. That's I think this whole culture of turning us into snuff video watchers, where you're just watching people die, is not a good scene. Bubble bags in Germany. You should be able to get them, order them from Pure Sativa. It's just in the UK. Or you can order them in Holland from Hempworks on the Nieuwendijk. They've got that going on. Yeah, freshheadies.com as well. We can send them all over the world. And then you can ask your local stores if they can, you know, get their shit together and carry bubble bags. And if they can do that, you can get them right there. But yeah, Amsterdam is your closest bet. Although the UK, he stocks more stuff, so he does stock more stuff. I'm going to produce Earth Hemp Expo of the Nth in Peterborough. First event in 5 years. Should be a good crack. Never heard of it. Interesting. Do you have any idea what Breeder Steve is working on with his new solventless process? No, I absolutely have no idea. I showed him, I phoned him or sent him a text about a month ago, maybe less. And I said, have you heard of rosin? And he said, no. And I sent him a few pics and I sent him one video of me making it, and that was it. That was it. He's all over that shit. Well, he's working with some things, but, you know, Steve's always a kind of a mysterious guy. And in this day and age, it's like, if you're working on it, then let's see it. Let's check it out. You know what I mean? I just like to see it. I have the idea that he's doing a little bit of manipulative assumption, but because it's Steve, he probably will come through with something of relevance you know, as he always does. 100 copies of Green Buds and Hash. I would get in touch with Dana Larson. You know, you can get in touch with Dana Larson. Definitely, 100%. That's where you would do it. Yeah, we've got Fresh Headies as well. If you want to buy them from us, you can get in touch with us. I don't know why I never say my own company, but I just send people direct. Probably not the best way to grow my business. Thanks, Swerve Joe. You know, it's usually a lot cooler. We usually have about 10 plus people in here chatting it up. And today I started a little earlier. No, I have no care whatsoever about organized sports. Sorry. I don't mind if you care about it, but I don't find it anything worth talking about. I think it's like talking about video games. It's just sort of, I'm not really sure of what the purpose is. I love doing things like that. You know, like if you were to tell me that you had an amazing game of basketball with your buddies, I'd listen to it. I'd be interested in hearing about it. Just not as interested in organized sports, football and soccer and hockey and basketball and baseball. I'm just not that into it.
Can we hear me now?
Oh yeah, we can hear you now.
Great to see you this morning, guys.
Yeah, great to see you too, John. Great to see you too. You laugh.
Nice hat, Johnny. Can you hear me good? I cut out last time when I started talking.
Oh, we got
I hear you pretty good. I had to move. The Mac doesn't do things for some reason lately.
I was really boat hungover yesterday, Mark. It was good though. It was a good feeling. I had a great day. Fuck, man, it was incredible.
I felt a little rough myself just waking up this morning. I was a little bit stressed out. I still am. I know that today Todd wanted to have a special guest show up, but he wasn't going to be able to show up till like 1 o'clock. So I'm not sure if I'll do maybe 2 hash churches today and come back and try to start another one later at like noon or something and just go for a couple hours. That might happen because I've got to be out of here probably by 10:30, which is in a couple hours from now. If I started at 9 o'clock, we would have gotten a very, very short hash church in. And the way I look at it is I'd rather just have a hash church with a couple of dudes chatting away and getting into some conversation. And, you know, we got 200 viewers. We started low with just 30 or 40, which was very low to start out. We usually start out with a couple hundred, and by 9:30 we usually have 600 viewers. But as long as we make the show and it gets recorded, and you know, that's what it's all about. Just starting a dialogue. I found that there's no real way for us to plan hash church. I mean, sometimes I get lucky and someone tells me they want to come and tell their story. But we really never know what the topic's going to be, and often it just sort of, yeah, Brad Richardson, I assure you, D420K could kick some ass. He's a hard time with you guys.
I'm a lover.
Okay, there's one, Darrin. Does the Coast Guard ever give you guys a hard time when you're out puffing on the water? Okay, no, they do not. I actually know one of the main guys from the Coast Guard. He's my neighbor. And yesterday we did a little conversation on Periscope, and someone was like, oh yeah, take a bong rip and then operate a boat, you idiot. And so I wanted to kind of talk about that discussion, because he's saying, you know, oh, I would never be able to do that. And so what I was saying was, that is the unique difference on cannabis. Cannabis, that people that are affected by it in a way that would allow them not to operate a machine, like a boat or a car, they know that they can't operate it, so they don't want to, or they, even though you know you can't, you'll convince yourself. And not affected. I think a lot of people often ask me, you don't look really stoned. Well, it's because then I use it recreationally. And that's why I'm not always all pie-eyed and like baked out of my skull. And I admit, when I get like that, I wouldn't want to operate a boat. If I'm hitting a bunch of hits at LHO and I'm just like, whoa, like couch, I don't want to. But what I'm saying is there are people out there that are using cannabis medicinally that still can and should be allowed to operate machinery. Whether it's a guy who uses cannabis to reduce the ocular pressure in his eyes, who operates a drill or operates a saw or a big machine. I mean, this is not alcohol, people. This does not, and the beauty of it is if it does get you to a situation where you are too affected by it, you know. So I wanted to talk about that a little bit because I see people throwing their little negative comments all the time, trying to make it seem like we're just getting destroyed and then, you know, driving out on the highway on big dangerous trucks and stuff, and that's really not the case whatsoever. There's a difference between being destroyed. Go ahead, Darrin.
It's called being responsible, just like anything else at
Bingo.
all. Fuck.
Yep. It's
You
true.
know?
I like your period as well. It's called being responsible. Instead of period, fuck.
It's the same as going to the bar and having a few drinks. You don't get in your car and drive home. If you're going to go to a gab session and stuff, if you're going to be super high, take a little bit of a break. Have something to eat. Go for a big dinner.
Is that Black Sabbath from the last tour, Johnny?
Yeah.
The Black Sabbath tour? Cool.
What up, Brian Church?
I seen that Black Sabbath on the final tour before that final tour in 90 something. Fuck it, it was killing.
The 90-something one was good. I saw it at Thunderbird Stadium.
Yes, I saw it. I seen him there as well. Ozfest, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it was Ozfest. Like one of the first ones. It was like 90-something.
Yeah, I got a broken rib in the mosh pit to Godsmack, and then I went into the mosh pit at Slayer and fucking hit it again. That's when I was young and fucking not giving a shit at all.
That was in the mosh pits.
I took my son to the last Black Sabbath concert, which had to be, it must have been 4+ years ago now, because he was quite a bit younger. had ear plugs for him, and we were in like the third row. And I told him at the start of the concert, "Be careful. Ozzy likes to throw pails full of his own piss at the audience." Just kind of joking with him. But then at one point, Ozzy threw a pail of water on the audience, and it got on us. And he was like, "Is this pee, Dad?" It was on. Yeah, you know, they sure are. This last tour, it was a little bit rough. Green Smoke says Black Sabbath is the shit. When I started listening to them when I was 11 years old, absolutely, and I enjoyed the concert, but Ozzy's throat, his voice gave out like 2/3 of the way through the last concert, and he literally was like, "Okay, that's all I got. Thanks for coming," type of thing. You could tell he just doesn't have that same... Now, Iommi and Geezer and that young guy they had on drums from whatever band he's from, that was incredible. Ozzy was still able to hit notes and bring me back, so he was incredible in his own way, but really just a fraction of what the man was.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. When I seen them in concert, you know, when he was younger, he'd run from one end of the stage full bore to the other, back and forth.
Yep.
And now he runs, and halfway he starts stopping to the end of the other end of the stage because he can't stop fast enough because he's so old now, right? I watched him do that in the concert, and it was just like, "Oh, buddy, just stand there and fucking bark, bro. Go for it." Yeah, you can tell his age is getting him, but, you know, that guy is a true fucking legend in history of all kinds.
Yeah, for sure. No doubt about it. I'll never forget reading about him in one of the maniacs from Motley Crue, Nikki Sixx, wrote an autobiography, and he's talking about, you know, getting their first world tour, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna fucking be a maniac, and I'm gonna..." It was with Ozzy Osbourne, Motley Crue opening up for Ozzy Osbourne, and so Ozzy was like, apparently, I think, dressed in a woman's dress by the pool, snorting red ants, and then at one point he pissed in a puddle and then was lapping up his own piss with his tongue, and Nikki Sixx was like sitting there watching all this like the young rock star that he was, thinking, "I am going to fucking do that. I'll show fucking Ozzy who's the man." So he walks over to Ozzy and takes a piss next to Ozzy, and then before he can get down on his hands and knees, Ozzy pushes him out of the way and laps up his piss. Crazy story, but it goes to show you, man, these guys are maniacs. And yeah, the Heroin Diaries, that was the book. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah. Will there be a Jamaican sponsored by Fresh Headies in Jamaica? That's a great idea. Why not? Yes, I will try to do that. I think that's an excellent idea. Man, I think my boat cruise would go to a spot for snorkeling, you know, to go to a little reef on the reef, maybe. Who knows? Maybe that's reefer man.
Reefers on the reef.
Okay, The Dirt. Nice. JB knows all the Motley Crue books. I read them both. The Dirt, right? But it was in Nikki Sixx's chapter, correct? Snorting ants. Yeah, he's bananas. What was the first time you smoked? Okay, I'll answer that one. I was about 14 years old. I was with my friend Steve McAvoy, who's now a helicopter pilot and mechanic up north for the camps. And he got some herb, and we walked down the street from my house, and we went behind this building, kind of by a BFI can, and we twisted this thing up all pregno style. And we puffed it behind the store by the garbage can, because that's what prohibition, you know, that's where you were supposed to smoke weed, by garbage cans and in bathrooms. This is the fucking power of prohibition over young kids. Very, very not good. So we're out back, you know, puffing with the broken glass and in the garbage with the rats. And what an experience. I remember walking out onto the street and crossing the street all slow and thinking, well, I literally remember the scene from Half-Baked, the movie, when he says, "Abba Zaba, you my only friend," when him and his buddies get baked for the first time and they go in and they get candy and whatnot. That was very, very close to the experience we had on, minus the bus ride, which was also very fun. There's no bus ride Half-Baked, but man, we had a bus ride where I was wearing a hat and my friend was pushing on my hat, and I was laughing so hard in the window, looking like it was pushing my head in. Just the little silly things, right? That was the first time that I ever... Oh no, the live stream says please stand by. Huh? You guys can't see? Come on. You guys can't see? No, there's people watching. Sorry.
I can see it. I'm over here on this screen, so.
Freaked me right out. Yeah, mine was too. But at the same time, you know, it's like you want to make sure.
So you did it on a bus. I did mine in a bush with my sisters and stuff. It was funny.
Bacon with your sisters, hey?
Pardon me?
Hey, Jen Doe, are you coming in? I sent you the link a long time ago. Isn't that Jen Doe? Honorable Mark, could you please share your opinion on Jorge Cervantes THC University? I know nothing about Jorge Cervantes THC University, so I would have a hard time sharing any opinion on it. I would suspect it's got some pretty good quality to it. I mean, Jorge has been doing this long enough. He knows all the right people. I would suspect that he could get it done. What is it? Is it like an Oaksterdam? Man, I wish we could get more people to come in to chat today. It's kind of funny.
I was gonna say you should. I just found this book. I was cleaning yesterday. I know you know this book, Mark. And I opened it up, and it has great information. And I mean, this is an old book. I think I've had it for years. Don't even know when I got it, but it was buried. Cannabis Alchemy, and it's got some great stuff in here, guys.
Yes, I have a signed copy of that book. In fact.
Yeah, I knew you. That's what I mean. I just I haven't looked at it in years, and it was good to open it up and take a look and see all the preparations of hash, preparations of oil capsules, preparation of translucent honey oil, smoking oil by direct vaporization. So
yeah, it's basically a chemical solvent extraction book.
Is it all? Yeah, I'm just going through it.
Yeah. It's the chemical extraction book. You guys can check it out.
If you like smoking chemical extraction.
Well, I mean, it's not my gig for sure. It's an interesting book, but I'm definitely I love the solventless quiver. That's what I do every day, and that's what I promote.
Well, pretty much that's what I'm on. Like that's all I kind of deal with now. It's better for me, that's for sure. But it was just an old book, and I was looking at it.
I like your collection of medtainers, Johnny.
Office, thank you. That's the small collection.
I know.
I
want a similar collection.
Pardon me?
I want a similar collection one day.
Have it.
I do. I have a good start, for sure.
You're on the ball.
Here was the other good book that I found was my Doctor's Best Supplement book that it's great to have around. So I've been cleaning up and going through some things and finding some good information that I've had sitting in closets. Refresh the memory.
I need to get to IKEA today and buy myself a little bed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, guy. You can't be sleeping on that couch. You're going to get a sore back.
That couch?
Buddy, my back and body hurts already. Just because of the couch.
Just waking up?
Sorry for surprising you with early church today. I know. Just wait. I feel terrible. Todd was like, I have a special guest and he wants to come in at 1, and I'm like, ooh, might have to have a part 2 to church today. Do a little like 8 to 10:30, and then maybe a 12 to 12. Yes, Johnny B is the Canadian distributor for Medtainer. I don't know why you wrote it like just a Canadian distributor of Medtainer. Maybe you thought he was the owner?
No. I'm definitely not an owner.
But he's definitely a big part of Medtainer.
Yes, and I do. I sell other parts of the world too. So, but I mean, U.S. is U.S. and for me, it's about making it a household name. It's about cannabis. It's about medicine. So, I mean, Medtainer is just part of that platform. It was for me. It was Medi1, Medi-Kush, Medtainer, my medicine on the go the green way. This is all about medicine. This is what I use, and this was just one more. This kept it safe and smell-proof, so people wouldn't bother me with it. So that's what we're here for. We're here talking about our medicine.
You the guy that reeks like weed everywhere you go?
No, I'm not. No. I mean, my car's pretty good now.
Dude, I've never been around you and had you not smell like a grow room.
I can agree to that.
You need a medtainer that you could fit in. That's your Halloween costume.
Fucking good idea.
Right?
Do it, Johnny.
I know. You know what? A lot of people thought Johnny B owned medtainer, but he does not. That is... Now, what's the owner of medtainer's name again, Johnny B? Kirk.
DNC distributor. The medtainer itself is another entity, which was the main inventor behind the product and stuff like that. So there, you know, it goes back.
Right. So, Kirk is like the guy that hooked up with the inventor, correct?
Exactly.
Yes. Okay. Now we're on it. There we go. Everyone's a little more on the right page. They were a little bit confused.
Yeah. No, we've been saying this, and you've been helping me say that for a while. People should know that I'm just Johnny B. That's why you helped me so much try to separate me from that, because I'm not medtainer.
Well, but you are in a sense, you know, medtainer. Everyone in chat that said, hey, I got my medtainer because of Johnny B. I bought my medtainer off Johnny B. You definitely did the work for them.
I feel the same. I feel Johnny's put in, like, I don't even know about the company. I just know I like the medtainers, and Johnny's been selling me medtainers since I met him on a good level, and fuck, man, he's a representing, man, big time.
It's medicine.
Company, he should own part of the company, in my eyes.
Well, I do own my own company, right?
Well, that's, you know what, that's a tough gig, because a lot of business owners get that. You know who has that happen to them all the time is Ruhr. Martin from Ruhr will get some new young guys to help him out and push and get booths and go to events. And then, you know, a couple years later, they're like, we want a part of the company. And he's like, man, I built this company for 25 years. I'm going to give you a part of my company because you rocked it for 2 years. So it's a tough one. As a company owner, I feel it too. It's a tough thing to
earn it. Earn it. That's all they got to do. Don't ask for it. Yes.
Yeah.
Don't ask for it. Earn it, and it'll be given to you. Just be diligent. Work hard. Something good will happen no matter what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm where I am because of my passion towards this plant, and learning more and more about it, and especially the hash of it is, you know what, that's a passion. Everybody's got a passion. I'm just blabbing on right now. I gotta get high. Sorry, guys.
Not even hash this morning. Just
Oh, that was the first time Etienne tried to talk, and all three of us cut him off.
It's all good, guys. It's all good. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Feeling highly educated.
Getting irie.
I'm high now.
John, y'all look like y'all had an epic mothership gathering there. I saw from the Facebook. It was quite a few motherships there gathered.
Yeah, it was actually some guys from Quebec that I ran into last Saturday going down to do some rosin pressing with Brian. We were doing some testing, and I ran into them. They're like, you got to come back next Saturday, 420. We'll bring our motherships. And a few people showed up. Santos, Roe, Etienne. You know, there's a few. I think we had about 10 in the house. It was a nice little sesh, and then we went and had a really nice barbecue. And it was really hot out, so it being like 30 degrees out, I think if it was not so hot and people weren't on boats, we would have had more people. But it was a gorgeous sunny day, and I think I think the next step for that would be something that you should people should have a mothership sesh every 3 months or something. What do you say, Mark?
Every month.
You should organize it, John.
No, not me at all. I didn't organize nothing. The French guys are the ones that follow it. I don't want to organize it.
But who's more everywhere than you? You're everywhere. You're on everyone's show. You're at every lounge. You're at every event. You're at every single thing. You're more connected to everyone than anyone else. I don't even know half the people you're with.
Yes. Johnny, get back here and talk to us.
Johnny, organize the mothership gathering. There you go.
Good, Johnny.
There you go.
We would have been there yesterday. We were on the water.
Yeah, we had an amazing day yesterday. That was I feel hungover from it. In fact, Darrin, I'm not gonna lie.
I do too. I do too. But what a epic hangover it is.
So
I was gonna say, here's all the cups that I've sponsored. Here's all of the TY, Prairie, Kush Cup. I've kept all the weed from all of them, guys. All in Medtainers.
Well, that's more
That's
than
why I'm everywhere. I sponsor the stuff.
That's a lot of rosin pressing to have to be.
That's a great idea. Full cup resin presses. 2011, 12, no, 12, 13,
Why
14,
not?
15.
Lay them all out and make your own rosin of each, because you can.
Because you can. Fuck yeah.
I can.
well, I'll one up you. I still got my Coker's bowls.
Yeah.
I just kept them. You know what I mean?
I never saw you at the Coker's Bowl back in '04. Where were you?
I was outside. I was next door. I remember when Morgan Freeman was there and stuff like that and stuff. You guys were in the back. I wasn't. I was amongst all the people and stuff like that, right? So, I do remember.
You were at the Coker's Bowl?
No, that was at the back of Emery's store, wasn't it?
No, the Coker's Bowl was in 4 different venues around the city. He rented out a restaurant.
No.
He had kind of like that was the time I got to make bubble hash on a school bus with DJ Short. Because we were whipping up a batch at one of the venues, and then all of a sudden it was like we have to go to the next venue to eat, and we were like, we're making hash, and he was like, bring it with you. So we like, Dan picked up the bucket, and like I picked up some of the tools, and we went and got on a school bus, which made it better than even a bus. I thought. I was like, it's a fucking school bus. I'm making bubble hash on a school bus right now. It was very, very, very cool.
Sounds epic.
It was. I have to admit. It's definitely not too shabby. How are things going in California there, Etienne?
Things are going good. There are some regulations working its way through the legislature, which sounds like it has some traction. So almost 20 years later, we're going to have some regulations, but they're still being worked on. So I'd love to give you more update regarding that specifically, but it's going to be a little more time because there's still things that are going in and out of it. So hopefully within a couple of weeks, we're going to have something that's solid. It looks like it's going to work its way all the way through. Besides that, it's another sunny day. The Golden State Warriors are playing for the basketball championship, and we're doing hash.
And what happened? What happened with the DEA recently? Was that in Tahoe or something?
It was not the DEA. It turned out to be a local jurisdiction. It's Tahoe Wellness, Cody Bass, outstanding operator. He's actually on the National Cannabis Industries Association board with me. He is OG. He has been respectful all the way around. What seems to have happened is one of the local PD was busted for selling drugs, white drugs, and when they were busted, he kind of went on a rant about it, and it would appear to be retaliation by the local PD. They brought out the State Board of Equalization and a few other 3-letter words, but no DEA, no IRS, no federales at all. It was all a local situation, and we'll see what happens. We haven't seen everything come out fully, but fully believe in Cody. He's been up there providing great medicine to patients for years. Like I said, he's been an outstanding operator up there providing medicine to members up there for close to a decade. So the kid's really good, and on top of that, outstanding operator. So we hate to see anybody who gets harassed. We were grateful to see that it wasn't the feds, but you know, this is where I'm very fortunate, where I'm supported by my local city, have the support of my police department. You know, it's very fortunate. But I've worked on that, and this is things you have to do. You always have to lobby locally. You have to work with your city council, your mayor. You know, I don't go on rants for the simple fact that, you know, we have to realize, you know, where we are and what we're doing. And these things still happen, unfortunately, in this day and age. So, you know, we have to stay vigilant. And as you were talking about earlier, it's hard work, it's determination. I started, no kidding, people, I started off in the weigh room at Berkeley Patients Group a long time ago and worked my way all the way up to, you know, leadership. So I'm a firm believer in what you guys were talking about earlier, in hard work, determination, and yeah, everybody puts in a little time and think they can carry the entire ship, which is always interesting, but when it comes to actually towing the rope, notice how we're all still here, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly. I'll puff to that, brother. I will puff to that. That's awesome. Well, we're getting close to our regular time, so I suspect we will see our regular friends coming in here soon. It's the early bird session here at Hash Church with the early birders doing our thing. Got a lot of people in chat, chatting away. It's nice to see the chat staying positive. I don't like to see when the chat gets negative, and it's nice to see those guys who are holding it in there right now. Steve O'Byrne says, you are very right, Etienne. All right, I'll join that. What are you puffing on there? I didn't even see that. Was that a Taurus?
No, it's my egg.
Oh, that was quick.
Trying some, what's it called? It's candy apple. Hey, Soma.
Hey.
Hey, Soma, how you doing, buddy?
And Rick.
What up, Mark? How you doing, buddy?
Soma and Rick. You know what? You guys just put the biggest smile on my face. Great guys, man. Holy. Love you guys.
Yeah. Love you guys too.
We're just having a nice early.
Long rib.
Awesome. Rosin?
Rosin, yeah. Show butter.
I've learned that technique now because of you. I have been spending my day.
Look, mine looks so dark because it's super fucking thick.
Sick. He's got a dark one. It's the same though. This is the same one. Spread out.
Exactly.
What's the flavor, Soma?
This one is Soji Kush.
Soji Kush.
Yeah.
What a great name.
Uh-oh.
So Soma, I found a video the other day. It's on this tape right here, actually. Amsterdam Cannabis Cup, I think 2001.
That was back when you filmed me that video camera.
Yeah, dude.
That camera.
Dude, and we go through your place, and it looks like it's empty. There's barely any crystals. It's all super clean. You're taking me down to the downstairs.
I bet it's clean. There was only one cat back then.
Yeah, dude. It's wild. It is wild footage. 15 years old. Brad Richardson says, Soma taught me about super cropping.
Yes.
Soma's brittle hash toffee. Oh my God.
Oh my God. The best.
This guy says you shouldn't smoke drugs on YouTube. All right, we'll accept that. I won't smoke any drugs on YouTube.
We're just
We're smacking, bro. We're saturating our endocannabinoid systems. Smack.
This one is super silver haze, but it got another whole look to it.
Oh, I love those hazes.
Rosin. Haze rosin is great.
Nice reddish tinge to those hazes always, hey?
Yeah.
So, we're going to see you in Jamaica in November, Soma?
Nah.
No?
Mentally and spiritually, but not physically.
You're not going to make it?
No.
Man, it would be great to see you there.
I got too much stuff to do here right now.
I bet. A lot of work, eh?
Jamaica.
Being a dad is a lot of work.
Soma, did you know my friend Phil? He got killed in Amsterdam. He used to sell in a gallery hash.
When did this happen?
I don't know. Sal Schettino asked if we knew his friend Phil, who got killed in Amsterdam. He used to sell in a gallery hash.
Phil.
Your friend, man.
No, I never heard of it.
Never heard of Phil either.
Yeah. Legendary Amnesia Haze Soma will be in Dr. Greenbeard's garden soon. Tons of people in chat, chatting away, saying hello, asking questions. Oh, this guy's like, I may sound like a little bitch, but whenever I smoke, I always get paranoid. Any tips for that? Move out of Oklahoma or Texas, like immediately.
Find people that are like minds like you that smoke with you, and you won't feel ever paranoid like that.
And don't hang out with those weird frenemies that you hang out with and you kind of like them, but you know they're out to get you.
Especially your dealer's friends that you meet at your dealer's house, you know what I'm saying?
There you go. Oh my goodness. Well, I was almost expecting you guys to come in the bath. Be awesome. So, early morning. Well, it's not early morning for you guys. Come on.
Man, it's like, but it was a nice day today.
Yeah, really.
Still totally blue sky, no clouds, no chemtrails. It's pretty nice.
What is it, like 6 o'clock at night?
Let me see.
5:50.
Yeah, 10 to 6.
Hey, what about that dude? There was a dude that died in Amsterdam one year. I remember because I stayed at Gypsy's house, the same place where he passed away. What was that guy's name? Danny or something? Remember that? Gypsy was renting that crazy house that was owned by the William of Orange. Had a plaque on the wall, and it was on the Zeedijk, and it had like a front yard with grass and shit.
Don't remember.
Man, that was a crazy place, dude. Let me tell you, that was insane. I remember Aryan came over one time, and we were all standing in the basement, and he was like, "Oh, I remember when I was younger, this whole basement would be filled with hash, because it was right on the canal, and it was like right at the end of the Zeedijk, I guess. It was where they would come in on this boat and load this fucking place up, and then load the city out. Beautiful mansion that Gypsy Nirvana used to rent. Fucking poor Gypsy Nirvana, still sitting in a prison in Manila, I'm supposing.
Really? That's terrible.
It is terrible, dude. Like, oh my god.
It's awful.
Hey, we gotta smoke a ball for Gypsy, man. Seriously.
Dude, for real, you know. Say what you want about Gypsy, but he really had a passion. Because I knew the guy before he made any money. He really loved that he discovered this position for himself, which was to cultivate cultivators. You know, which was a thing that Mark Emery did as well, which he used to take slack for, because he would people would be like, "Oh, he'll buy seeds off anyone." And it's like, well, you know, kinda, but in a sense, he really just wants more people to be making seeds and to be putting their passion towards that energy. And yeah, Danny boy, that's right. He was Subcool's friend. Man, that was crazy. He passed away right in the apartment that we were staying in. And then my friend showed up that day. And there was only one bed, which was Danny's bed, so I gave it to him. And then later that day, he's like, "Dude, what the fuck are there like medical gloves under my bed?" Because nobody had told him. We were like, "Dude, like, you know, not to trip you out or anything, but this dude fucking, he had a great night. I'll remember that. He had his red light visit. He had his impeccable steak, which are two things that have zero interest to me, but this guy was really stoked on. And puffed a bunch of doobs and hung out with a bunch of friends. So, hey, he went out the way he wanted to go out, I guess. Pretty wild. You never know where you're gonna just fucking keel. That's the weird thing. People die everywhere they go.
You usually don't get to choose your exit strategy.
No, and if you do, you're bummed.
That would suck if you had to choose.
That would suck. All right, Rick.
So this is
time to
in the
choose.
next few days.
We've got fall into a wood chipper.
I think it's even worse if you have to choose your time.
Oh my God, yeah. Listen, it's designed this way specifically, right? It's not like an accident. I'm sure Berth's the same way. You're probably just hanging out. Everything's good.
Well, supposedly we did this 30,000 times already. We just have total amnesia. We can't remember any of the other times.
Well, I'll never forget hitting the Verdamper at your place probably like 10 years ago with Trichome Farmer and just hitting it and hitting it and hitting it and hitting it and hitting it, and hours later being like, what the fuck was that?
Good eyes. You make those eyes perfectly.
I was like, what strain were we hitting at Soma's the other day, man? And that was not even the other day. It was that day. And Barge is like, it was the amnesia, man. I'm like, oh, I can't remember.
Is that how Amnesia Haze was born?
Really? It is, because everybody used to forget what their plans were.
Dude.
Like, we'd come over, people would come over, we'd all smoke. Next thing you know, nobody remembered any of their plans.
Yeah, and that's not even a joke. I swear to God, that shit wiped your memory. And you would try to search for words like, you know, the bong. Can you pass me the glass? Oh, the bong. Hitting a bit of that Amnesia Haze. Well, I'm glad you guys came in for a little visit. We've had a slow hash church today because we don't usually start till 9 o'clock. And well, that's an interesting thing. Yeah, I sent a message to Rob. Is Rob in Amsterdam today?
I saw him the other day. He came over here.
So he's there. Where are these bitches? Where are these guys? Get them on. I sent a message to Cuban as well. Cuban. Todd said he was coming in today. The Cuban. I think Aaron DNA needs to come in.
Tony's mobile. Horatio.
What up, Horatio?
There he is.
Morning.
What's up, buddy?
Good morning. You haven't gone to sleep.
He is definitely not slept.
I know you haven't gone to sleep.
It's hard enough. Your body has so many things it does, especially my body does something like at 8:55 right before hash church so it can sit for the next 4 hours. And when you change the schedule, it just does it at the same time anyway.
Yep, I agree. I hear you. Well, welcome. We're happy to have you here. There's got 409 people in the room this Sunday morning watching with us, and I can hear my son playing piano in the background.
Down, down. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I remember Tanner playing.
Hey, welcome, Todd.
Got some rosin in the house.
Wow, is this model Todd here today with the super...
Wow. Is that Todd?
That's model Todd. He's a model now. Oh, it's Hollywood. Hollywood's having a drastic effect on him. Hey, why can't we hear you?
Yeah, I think we can.
We want to hear you, Todd. We must hear you. It's nice to see you, but hearing you is good also.
Yeah, your mic's down.
That's okay. Johnny B came in with the same thing.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that you, though?
It's yeah. What's up? So I'm trying to get that, you know, that like old boo.
Oh,
I'm just
boy, you look
really
different,
young.
man. Shit.
You guys are horrible. Good morning to everybody. Hey, we're gonna have Lester on today. Hopefully he signed up.
Oh, that sounds nice.
But what time is that at?
That's gonna be our time, 11 to 11:30, 2 to 2:30 East Coast time.
11.
We're between kids and grandparents. Huh?
I might have to leave my computer on and let you run it and go and just leave and have it set up that way because my son has a piano recital and I think I might literally be gone from that very time.
Children take first precedent, man. It's just how it works.
Yeah, dude, it's my son. I can hear him jamming in the background on his piano. He's jamming Star Wars right now, and it's like, come on.
Wow, that's awesome. All right, so what we're gonna have to do is get this link to the doctor.
Yes, my Russian accent. I call him Oleg, but he's also my friend from Russia who wrote a cool book on cannabis. You know Oleg, don't you, Soma?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I figured you would. He's
Yeah,
probably
he's
got some of your shit in his book there. He's got that big, thick book.
Yeah. It's hard to get him to smoke, but if you do, he's cool.
Yeah, for sure. I've puffed with him. I hit him with bubble.
Yeah, me too.
Just annihilated the guy, and that was that's how I got in his book,
Didn't
actually.
take much, like one puff.
Yeah, as Igor. No, not Igor. Oleg.
Oleg.
Yeah, Oleg. Totally good guy. I saw him in Spain, in Barcelona, in March, actually. I hadn't seen him in years, and I saw him walk by my booth, and I was like, Oleg!
This
nice.
last time. This last time.
Yeah, his face lit up, and it was nice to see
Would have
him.
liked to have seen him, but I didn't see him.
Man, I'll tell you, that place is so busy that you know, it's a hard one to make sure that everyone. It's why I'm bummed that you're not going to be in Jamaica, because in Jamaica I'm going to do a hash church booth for High Times. And then anyone that is in hash church doesn't necessarily have their own booth or company. That'll be their booth to be at all the time, and people can come, and we can also stream live from there, and I think it'll just be fun.
Nice. Sounds good.
It's been a while since Bubbleman threw a random pirate hat on someone in the video chat. I didn't know I could throw random pirate hats on people in the video chat. I think people were doing that to themselves. This is the chat that's going on. Every once in a while I just look over and kind of laugh at it.
Hey, you got to send me the link for Lester.
I got to send you the link?
Well, it comes up as a kind of screwy little Facebook thing. If you wouldn't mind emailing over to me so it'd be clean. Because I got to email it to him. I'm not going to send it to him via Facebook.
Okay, what is the email you want me to send it to?
Just Todd@hemp.xxx.
Todd@hemp.xxx. There you are. I got like 3 emails for you, so.
They're all still good. They all go to the same Todd.
Yeah, that's what I figured. But I still figured I'd get a specific from you to send this. There we go. I'm going to Jamaica for the
I love some of your throwback photos, bro. It reminded me of when we met and you had the long fucking hair. You were such a baby face back then, too.
I know. 20 years ago, he was so young looking. Speaking of 20 years, Soma, it's been almost 20 years since I saw you. Last time I saw you, I was at your place. I had the handlebar mustache.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of funny hair.
Yeah.
The guy that used to shave his mustache so his bong would fit.
Yeah, I love my lip there, so yeah, my bong would see properly. Because you have a mustache, you hit a bong when you have a mustache, it doesn't see right, so I rocked that mustache for a few years.
Pretty funny modifications. Nice.
So, Soma, what's your favorite strain nowadays?
Ooh, my favorite strain. That's dangerous.
All right, strains, plural. List a couple.
Favorite strains. Okay, favorite strains. Well, lavender is always one of my favorite strains. I just smoked a joint of it. That was the joint I was smoking, was a lavender joint. I got this new cross of Silguda crossed with OG Kush, and I'm waiting to see exactly the full potential of that, but it looks really promising. And I got this OG Kush strain that I've had for a few years that I really love. Really nice. And I love Amnesia when it's really well done. I love it.
What do you think Amnesia's parents are?
Well, it's definitely got Jamaican in there. It's definitely got Southeast Asian. It's definitely got a little bit Afghani. Yeah.
What's Lavender's parents?
Lavender's parents are this amazing super skunk that I was getting back in the very early 90s. A big skunk, which was Big Bud crossed with skunk number 1. And this Afghani Hawaiian that I was given back in '96 from Shanti Baba.
Was one back cross, or were they just all put together?
Yeah, I mean it was like it was a multi-combination over about a 1.5 year period of time of like crossing, then finally coming out with the lavender.
Very cool. Always good to rock the genetics knowledge. I know everybody who's always wondering because they always hear about these genetics, but they never get to experience or understand it until you get like a Canna Bible or Big Book of Buds. But even some of that information is, not 100% accurate as well. So it's always fascinating to learn, especially from you. You're a master geneticist.
Yes.
What's actually, in the genetics to pass on, because these kids really need to know, these next generation really need to know you know, so that they know what to properly cross or back cross it with, right?
Yes, for sure.
Well, just because you know what went into something doesn't mean it's going to mean a shit difference if you back cross into anything related to it. I mean, a lot of what we're dealing with now are just complex hybrids. You start mixing them together, you get all the expressions of all their parental lineage. You're not going to get anything.
It's not good sometimes. Some of it, like, you expect it to be phenomenal, and then you finally taste it, and you go, man, that's flat. It happens to me a lot sometimes.
Right.
Grows weirdly or short or...
Well, I'm more looking for the taste and the smell. Because, like, I'm mixing, let's say, 2 strains together that taste and smell super delicious.
At what point in
do that, I end up with a cross. That doesn't taste so good. It doesn't taste nearly as good as either of the first 2 that I started with.
At what point in the growing do you know it's going to be a good strain? At what week do you know by its scent or smell or its
by like
characteristic?
In a flowering strain, I know by the 7th or 8th week, not even the 6th week. The 6th week of flowering, I know if that's what I'm looking for or not.
You know, the funny thing is, though, truth be told, you really don't know till the end, because now that we're like really doing chemical analysis and stuff, you know, all that old school looks and smell and the way it grows doesn't really matter, because now we're looking for cannabinoid and terpenes.
That's bad for me.
Do you know what I mean? No, but that's how we used to look at it, but now we're looking at it totally different.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we've all known, look, we've selected cannabis based on sight and smell and yield for fucking decades, and it's not the smartest way to do it. We should be basically selecting it on effect. I
feel I could match a lot of those things without any electronics. I bet I could match a lot of those readings just by my intuitive sense of cannabis.
We're going to turn you into a little Apple iPhone cannabinoid tester if you keep saying that, okay?
The Soma assay.
Yeah, exactly. We'll just have him touch it. Little magic will come around.
A lot of coffee shops used to call me in the 20 years that I've been here, and they'd say, please check our stuff out. And I'd go through everything in their stock, and I'd go, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks.
I was going to say, someone come in and go, I'm going to need to smoke it all to really give you a good tell. So just cut down half of it, send it over cured.
Well, Todd, what do you think about that? I mean, he is using his senses, but I was thinking about it, and I'm like, well, look, he must be smelling something at week 6 that nobody else is smelling, and if it's almost like if the terpene content is at a certain production level by a certain point, you can almost guarantee it's going to continue producing to that amazing finisher. Like there are certain things that, I mean, his nose can tell what the terpene content's going to be.
I got a great sense of smell. I got such a good library in my nose, the brain, the nose part of my brain. I got such a good library of smells there that I'm telling you, like.
Yeah, but how many times have we grown something and it smelled great, and then we smoked it and we're like, eh.
That's because
not to sound weird. I can make hemp smoke good. If you go, you bring me to Ben's hemp farm, I'll cut some of it down, I'll dry it well, I'll cure it well. You'll think it's fucking near beer by the time it's done curing, because it smells like, it tastes good, it just won't get you high.
Well, there's no doubt about this. I'll say this much. There's no doubt about this. The olfactory is how we discovered this plant. And it's definitely an important relationship related to, like Todd said, effect. Smell and effect. You know, smell to find, because, wow, it's hard to find something that doesn't smell at all.
Okay, like let's say this right here.
What do we got? House of the Great Gardener.
Okay. God, man, it's gone. It's gone, but there's still a little bit left.
It must have been really good.
Oh, man, like this. My nose can tell so much about this.
But, you know, none of that aside, in a sense, I believe that for a long time we've used our natural senses to depict what we thought would be good, what we were looking for. But now we are getting to a place where, like, most of the stuff that I smoke is now, because it's convenient, lab tested. It's just now that it's so easy for a grower to go down with a pound of pot, give them a couple grams, and come back with results before they go to the pot club. more and more are doing it because they want to be like, hey, check it out. It doesn't have pesticides. It doesn't have anything bad. This is my cannabinoid content. What do you think? Because it gives them an edge. And now as we breed plants, we're now starting to take this 5-dimensional look at cannabis and not just a 3-dimensional look, which is really what we're describing with our sense of smell and our sense of taste and our, oh, look how good it did on yield. Now we're trying to say, now that's not as important. And now we're trying to say, well, what does it make in the end of it all? Because now we get a clear snapshot of that. And
for you and me, it's medicine.
Sure.
I mean, I'm looking at the medical effect it's having on me because we're recovering from open heart surgery for the last 10+ years. It's the only medicine I'm doing, so it better be working or else I'm fucked.
Right. Now the effect is very important. But now I say this in a weird way. Aren't we, we're starting to harvest cannabinoids and terpenes because now that we understand what it is we're pulling down in our processing, we're getting to a place where realistically we know what we're going to start to understand what we're losing. Meaning if there really are 111 cannabinoids and somebody shows up with some shatter that's 90% THC, the first question is, well, what happened to the other 110 cannabinoids? Right? Because now we're starting to look at things as a whole. And
full spectrum.
A big part of that is
that's also very recent, and also because where we are in California, it's because we actually went out and got those testers. I mean, how many people have access to a laboratory in Amsterdam? How many people have access?
Nobody has access to a laboratory in Amsterdam.
Exactly. No. So, I mean, we still have to work on, those standards. It's still a more recent development, but as more of these states become medical, we're seeing, of course, laboratories moving in. So it will become the standard in time for sure, without a doubt. But until then, we're still utilizing, like you do, Soma, the organoleptic testing, sight, sound, smell, etc. It's done us very well for years, but we also then, where I started in 2007 was the curiosity of, okay, I can sight, see it, smell it, taste it, but what am I not seeing? Because sometimes I get an upper respiratory infection, others get it, etc. So let's try and find
the powdery mildew on
what molds, mildews. Well, you can't see that initially, and once it goes out to somebody, and depending on how they store it, each patient is different, as we know. So,
well, let's not forget either that a lot of these 110 cannabinoids have damn near been bred right out of the plant through the prohibition modality of how much can I get and how fast can I get it. There's not 110 cannabinoids in most plants that you
111, you say. 111 now.
And more even, you know what I mean? Like, those are just the ones they've categorized. Guarantees there's unknowns. But what I'm saying is they're not all present. They're not even close to all present.
And that's a shame, because we have bred them out because everyone's going for these 6 to 8 week varietals, and no one's dealing in these older genetics that actually have a lot of those flavonoids and a lot of those effects that are very beneficial, and that we're starting to find through these now CBD strains, because we're finding that new spike. But there's still other spikes and other things we have to still find in cannabis. We only know THC, CBD, CBN, CBG, with the alpha precursors. I mean, with the
acid versions.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think I look and I think that the people that had a good sense of smell, a good sense of taste, a good sense of of vision, really, because if you can see the nuances in the resin heads and such when you're growing, it helps. And now we're just getting to a place where we're understanding what we're doing better, and we're getting to a place where now we're moving past the 3-dimensional look and we're getting into the 5-dimensional look, because labs will become available in the next years, even in Amsterdam and other places, and that will become commonplace. I mean, one of the things I've wanted to do, and Etienne would attest, when I came back from Amsterdam in 96, 97, I wanted to get my own in-house testing so that I could do carbolic acid profile testing every single day from like day 40 or day 30, as soon as we started seeing flowers, right past peak and 20 or 30 days beyond, right to rejuvenation. Because that would be, instead of taking a snapshot of a bud at one point and saying, okay, this is this much THC at this time, what if it was like a little movie and we could actually see the way the plant built up its cannabinoids, the way it peaked on building its cannabinoids, and the way the cannabinoids started to break down? but like analytically, in a series of tests that actually reflected what the plant was doing chemically inside. That would be fantastic, and it would. I think that all of our ideas for peak harvest are wrong, because now that we're harvesting oils and terpenes, a lot of those build up in the late stages of flowering. So when people are pulling their stuff down early, I think they're actually losing out on a lot of the rich terpenes and on a lot of the cannabinoid development.
Is to pick stuff early. That's always the worst thing you can ever do with cannabis, is to pick it early. It's the worst thing you can do.
Well, and it also is known
another prohibition model.
Well, it depends on what effects you're going for. I know a lot of people who will pick a heavy indica earlier to get the, the more equatorial-like effects at a 6.5, as opposed to going out to 8 to 9 weeks.
Me, I always like late stuff. All my life, I always like.
I agree totally, but people grow it for their different effects, and everyone's different.
Most of the people I see that pick it early is because of their pocketbook.
Yeah.
Yep, the bingo. That's what I'd say. It's mostly prohibition driven. Most people are cutting down early because they've spent it already, and it's the same reason they're selling it wet.
Well, they're also given misinformation. They're also given it. They're told it's this strain, and then they go and research this strain. And this strain supposedly goes 6 to 8 weeks, and that may not be that actual cut of that phenotype proper.
I never see that. I never see that 6 to 8 week stuff. I never see it unless somebody picked it early. I only see 10 weeks and beyond. For anything I know that's good, it's 10 weeks and beyond.
Dude, how about that one you had in Spain, Selma? What was that, 26 weeks?
Oh, yeah, that Mexican haze. No, 22 weeks flowering. It's like forever.
It's awesome.
What did it taste like?
Ooh, it was so spicy. It tasted like meat.
What was the bud structure? Loose, spindly, never finished?
Spindly and fluffy. Super fluffy and spindly. Never a hard bud. Never. Like only fluffy, tons of red hairs. When you would look at it, you'd think it's still not done because it had so many red hairs. But it was 22 weeks flowering, and that's how it looked when it was done.
That was a good day. That was Milo was there with us. We were at the Ripper Seeds guys' little chill out, and we were making hash with Gibbs from Trichome Heavy Extracts, and Tony was there filming, and it was fun. We had fun that day. Much fun was had. Trying to beat the house. We did some dry sifting. We ate some brittle. You knocked out Tony. When I told you guys all to go into the room and I was going to clean the dry sift, I don't know if you were there for that. You might have left.
I left already.
Yeah, so they all went into this room, and I literally came back like 5 minutes later. Even when you gave it to him on camera, I was like, Tony, like, haven't we been through this, like, in Amsterdam and in some other places, if I can't remember correctly?
But he always takes them. I go, you want any candy? He says, yeah, man, I'll take some.
Tony can't say no.
No one can say no. That stuff.
I'd beware of the edibles, man. They've taken those hash bonbons at Chocolata back 20 years ago. Slayed me one night, and I was like, never again. I had like 6 or 8 of them in a row. I was hungry, and they tasted good, and I was having coffee, and I was hashed the fuck out after that. Oh my god.
What were they?
Hash bonbons from Chocolata, which was a little coffee shop up by Central Station, over across from the Drugs Peace House, if you remember. Yeah. A long, long time ago. Is Chocolata still there, Soma?
It's a Braxis now.
Oh, that's a Braxis. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's been a practice for years.
Yeah.
Well, it was 1994. I ate too much hash, so it's been a long time, guys. You know.
That's when I came.
It's taking me all this time to grow facial hair. What's up?
Puberty would kick in someday, Todd.
I knew. All I needed was, some prison time. That'd be good to go.
That's hilarious.
That's hilarious.
What's the best hemp cloth source these days?
Hemp cloth source?
Yeah, I need to make a bunch of new pants.
I mean, it's got to be China. I would get in touch with Doug.
I mean, there.
It's still Carolyn out of Colorado, right, Etienne?
Yeah, they're still the U.S. distributor for sure, and I think she
What's
does.
the name of her company?
Do they have the herringbone?
For
Oh,
sure.
without a doubt. Hold on, let me look it up real quick.
For sure. I still have, believe it or not, Soma, I still have that. Remember the Hemp Company's herringbone hemp jacket that was that looked like a Levi's?
I have it still too. I have it still too. I have that jacket still too.
Our jackets could drink. We got them at the same time.
Yeah,
Remember
we did.
Jack had
And I
them?
had mine embroidered on the back. I still have the embroidery on the back of mine and stuff.
That's because you're a hippie. I was trying to be low profile. Didn't work out so good.
Yeah, you were trying to be low profile.
I had cannabis leaves put on the back of it so that nobody could doubt what it was made out of.
That's funny. We
Uh,
got 534 people hanging out with us.
hey, Soma, this is for you. Cheers. Got coffee.
Is that, hey, now you make me want to go make one.
What is Soma without coffee?
Okay, it is Enviro Textiles, Soma.
Hold on, Soma's making coffee.
Okay, well, it's Enviro
Textiles?
Textiles.
Good
Yes.
looking.
They're the ones who do the distributing for all the Shandong factories.
Thank you. What's the name? Sorry, he went to mention.
Enviro
Enviro.
Enviro Textiles.
Enviro Textiles. Okay, cool.
Yep. And they have just asked for swatches, and I mean, yeah, they'll have every kind available in bolts and all that stuff, no doubt.
Bolts.
So,
Because I used to import and export, and that's how we dealt in bolts and in trailers.
You know, it's funny. Lauren and Lacey are going to go do a fashion show for summer today out in Sacramento. They're having a little hemp awareness day.
Oh, that's what they were doing today.
Yeah, that's what's going down. They needs to be more cute girl stuff and clothes.
Well, they should get on Periscope and show everybody at some point.
Oh, you don't think they will? They haven't left the house yet, dude. She just brought me coffee.
Hey, so Todd, if I do have to leave, I can leave the chat open and it'll be fine, and I can set it up so it automatically puts the camera on whoever's talking.
Yep.
The only thing is you guys have to become hyper aware of muting your mics, because if someone's trying to talk and you're making noise through your mic, the cameras flash back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and it becomes kind of hard to watch.
like that.
Okay. What time do you have to leave?
I don't know. I'm trying to get it so I don't want to put my wife out. She already has, a young baby to take care of with her, and she's got my son that she's driving down there already. She left. I'm hoping that I can leave here in 40 minutes, get there for 10:30, get back for 11:05, and be here for that.
Okay, 11:05. I understand what you're saying. Okay, well then, sure. Whatever you want to do. We can also, yeah, that sounds great. That sounds great. We'll just.
Yeah. Tony said he's going to chime in from tribal land here in about 40 minutes, so he's coming in.
Nice. Yeah, hemp periscoping over there. I've been enjoying you on the boat.
Hempiscoping.
Yeah, hempiscoping. Yeah, are you going to drive that boat intoxicated?
Dude,
Mr. What's your name, Bubbleman? What are you going to do, Mr. Bubbleman?
Someone needs to design a system for Periscope to help people find the accounts that, like there could be like sunsets. If you want to find someone who does a lot of sunsets, you go into this sunset version, or you go, because it's so sprawled out that I wish it was connected to my Instagram, because I have 50,000 Instagram followers, but Twitter is...
Yeah, you're not as strong on Twitter. That's why I've been shouting it out a little bit. I have more on Twitter than I do on IG, but I've been doing it Twitter longer. Yeah,
Periscope's cool though. I talked about it a little bit on the early part of church today. I told people, if you want to check out Periscope, it's another live stream video thing that I'll be doing.
Tell people what your Twitter handles are so people can know.
Yeah, my Twitter handle is BC Bubbleman.
BC Bubbleman, and mine's just Hemp XXX.
Hemp XXX.
I'm
consistent.
ATN 420.
ATN 420. Yep, all capital letters.
And it's not spelling my name out ETIENNE. It's literally it's phonetically ATN.
Hey, who else uses a coffee grinder instead of a grinder to grind up their weed? Am I the only one?
I used to do that back in the day, a long time ago, but it's been a while.
It's been a while. Yeah, it works great though, everybody.
I used to do it back when I lived in Miami with crypto.
It's awesome, actually. I was on Willie Nelson's tour bus once, and I asked him where the grinder was, and he pointed to it. And I said, the coffee grinder? And he said, it works great. And I said, I have the same one. It was a Starbucks model at the time.
Willie.
Oh, dude, they're great. I mean, it comes out perfect. And then you got hash to scrape at the end of the whatever. The end of the day. I wish you guys could smell this.
What strain is that?
That would be green. Insert offensive word here.
Candy.
Green candy. Right, candy. Smells like candy. Hey, look, Mark looks like a chair. So where'd Soma go, man? Whatever happened to the
coffee? You set him off to go make coffee.
Where do you go? To Central America to get
espresso? It's taking a while.
He ground up the weed into his espresso, and now his coffee machine's fucked.
He's trying to get rosin out of it, right?
Coffee grinder.
He's making weed espresso.
I look like a chair?
What happened? Yeah, you looked like a chair. It was great. It had a shaved head. Trippy.
Nice.
Hey, Mark, trip on this.
I'm tripping.
Can you see what year that's from?
Oh, not so. Oh, I see the greenhouse card now. What is it?
94.
Nice, dude.
Yeah, it was my rewards card. I was fucking 6 stickers towards getting a free gram.
Yes, there it is.
How did it work? You got how much, and then you got a free gram?
You buy
every time you bought a gram, you got a sticker, and once you got 10 stickers, you got a free gram.
Total Subway rip, but it was awesome.
It's a loyalty program. I get it.
Dude, it was 1994. You got to give him credit that he even had a plastic card. I've been rolling joints with this fucking card for 20 years.
That's badass.
That's hilarious, dude.
Yeah.
Riot.
I think other than him and Brenda, it's older than any of their employees.
Thank you.
It's older than any of their employees.
See what you did? Hey,
Where did
not
you get
knocking
it?
him.
Was that off the jam rack or off the toll strap?
That was Tollstrop, man. That was before that. What was it? Waterloo line opened up second, Soma, with the cool bathroom.
Does anybody remember the place called Fatal Flower?
Which place was that? Did you just say?
Greenhouse.
Oh, Greenhouse. Yeah.
Fatal Flower.
Yeah, Fatal Flower, over by the museum plan.
Did the coffee shop have a short lifespan?
Yeah, it ended early because it was like it was
It was all in the name.
Yeah, it was but it was crazy though because it was just on the corner of right on the other side of the museum plan, and now it's like a little theater house. But anyways, they had happy hour. That's what made me think of it. So from 4 to 5, they give an extra 10 guilder bag of weed when you bought 25 guilders.
That's happy day. Hey, what do you guys keep your e-nail at?
550.
550?
580.
Yeah, I'm in the 5s too. That's cool. Okay. How about you, Mark? What's yours at?
You know, I hit a little bit higher. I'm at 650 right now.
I'm at 601 right now.
I like 652.
But I have a titanium nail with a sapphire insert that I'm hitting off of right now. I find that the different nails require different temperatures.
Okay. One says 420.
Yeah.
Definitely. My deep dish nail definitely is a different temperature than the this new silicon carbide thingy with the little insert.
Yep.
Yeah, that one went a little higher actually. I just have 550 with the electric one.
You know what though? Ever since the week before, whatever it was, I've been turning on my D-nail and letting it clean and turning it off and hitting it at a lower temp, using it like it's a flame. And I like it a lot better because once it hits like 800-900, everything flashes off the nail.
Yeah, for sure it does. The nail cleaning way. It would be nice to have a D-nail that just did it automatically, like it sensed when you sucked it and you pulled the temperature down below the temperature it was set at, and then that told it to now, for the next 2 minutes, climb to 800 or 900, clean the nail, and then drop back down. That would be sweet. Yeah, let's see. We have...
Hey, Todd, mute your mic.
Sorry, that is not a microphone.
That is not a microphone.
I found it, though. Found it.
Kills the echo. Horatio, what have you been playing with in your crazy laboratory, sir? I'm dying to hear what you've been doing lately.
I've been trying to dab on CBN, straight CBN, to see what are the benefits of something. It's all black, but been trying to put myself to sleep. That's what I've been working on this week.
Effective? Yes? No? Somewhat?
I don't know, because I'm extremely tolerant. So when I'm like, oh yeah, that put me down, so what I should do is resist and fight to stay awake. It's a big game with my body. I'm really, really, really tolerant. So it'll move to the phase where I'll try it on someone else and they'll probably black out.
Do you make or extract this straight CBN, or is this just reclaim or something?
No, it's a fraction from making the clear process that I'm looking at. Because I just started researching CBN, and I'm like, well, everyone only knows about it in that 1%, and maybe you age or destroy your weed and it's at 20%, but how little would you need if you could get it to 100%, and then how far could it go, especially topically, is one of the things I'm interested in for things like psoriasis.
Have you tried it topically to see its response on that?
Not yet. I'm still working on it, trying to work it up to 100%, so I've only been just reading the dabs, and as it gets more and more purified, just pretty much trying to sense my way to, okay, this is feeling like it's more refined. Once I get it to 100%, then I could, because it also has a completely different melting point that I don't even know if it will dissolve readily without using a solvent, like back into something like a coconut oil. So
right, because how will you make it transdermal would be my question.
Well, this is why I don't just jump out and try things. It's even when I get it to 100% and it's chalk, then I've got a different issue.
No doubt, no doubt. That's the wonders of science.
Wonders of science indeed. I'm just chatting to people in chat. I got one dude literally like writing in Arabic. I was telling him, Alaikum salam.
I got great hash in the Middle East. Anybody get great hash in the Middle East?
I have not been to the Middle East, but I've had hash from Lebanon, and that was pretty nice.
I had some pretty good hash in the Middle East.
In the 80s, I used to get amazing hash from Lebanon. That was excellent.
That red and that the light color, the blonde and the red.
And it was so good.
Did you ever get it bricked up in those little bags?
Yeah, in those cloth bags.
Cotton little. Those are wicked, dude. I bet you fucking.
The outside of the hash would have the imprint of the fabric of the.
Yeah, the little embroidery on one part of it or whatever. That's so cool.
You don't see that anymore.
No, that Gulf War. While we were doing the war, they were actually destroying the Baqa Valley again. In fact, the hash I got when I was in Saudi Arabia, it was in thin slats in this very creamy-looking cellophane, and it was red and blonde, and it was Lebanese, and it was phenomenal. I've never seen or had anything like it since. I prefer the blonde to the red.
Fragrant. Such a good high, man. I love that stuff. I never see it anymore. Never.
No. It's been a long time since I've seen it myself.
It needs to come back.
Well, you know what? I love the idea of the world sort of changing it around. It's like, okay, everyone's allowed to play. All these universities are getting on board. All these different people are like, okay, we're gonna make our play and be a part of this cannabis thing, and everyone really should be allowed to. Places like, Lebanon, any really, in my opinion, hash-producing countries that had been doing it for decades, at least.
Centuries.
Yeah, but in the minimum, like, Morocco's not centuries. A lot of people think it is. It's not like there are places that did it for centuries, for sure. Just a lot of the places that are historically known aren't really as many years as we think. From what I learned, in Morocco, it really all rocked and started in around 65 when this dude named Mustafa, a Nigerian guy, brought, I think, Lebanese screening techniques to Morocco. And they just blew that shit up and took it to the next level.
Wasn't the hash trail part of the silk trail because the silk screens the hash properly?
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. I love the history of it, though. I wish Chris Bennett was coming in right now. It would be great to have him drop in right now and be like, well, what I know about this is in this certain valley. The guy's always laying down the knowledge about the history.
That or Rob.
Yep. Rob just is been more MIA. Rob would be amazing to have. He's busy.
I could check on him maybe. Let's see.
I sent him the email link earlier. I sent it to Cuban Grower and I sent it to Aaron. Those guys are the ones that require the email.
Let me see here.
There we go. Hitting that social media update there, Rick, or what?
No, just somebody hit me up, family, showing me a picture of some CBN shit because we was talking about CBN.
Nice.
Hold on, I'm getting it right now. That's some CBN.
Haha.
Bit refined in there. The homie, Cookie Fam.
Cookie Fam. No Cookie Fams.
What's up, Big Kitty? So yeah, by Cookie Fam last week. That was pretty good.
Hey there. Someone.
He's calling Rob right now.
How you doing?
Man, the Africans gave us hashtags just like most other firsts.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think, between Africa and India, I definitely think there was a lot of cannabis history.
I'm on Ash Church here, and Bubbleman's looking for you.
Yeah, we're looking for you, Rob. What's going on, man?
Okay. Just checking. 1 second. Yeah. You already watching it or no? No.
We're saying hi. We need your knowledge in here.
Well, I hope I see you again soon. Okay. All right.
He's like, I'm not coming.
Like I'm not available today.
Eating dinner. We love you, Rob. We'll have you when you're
I
ready.
just talked to him. He told me no. Busy.
Oh. Hey, I made Rob a new Instagram. It's Cannabis EVO on IG.
Cannabis, what?
EVO for evolution.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and he's Canna EVO on Facebook for the Cannabis Evolution and Ethnobotany. It seems that you and I are the only two people marketing it, Mark, so
Oh.
we're the only ones really pushing it. No, but thank you. You've got his page to blow up to over 3,000 likes in like a minute. I hope everybody reads the book.
Nice. Why not? I mean, isn't that what Traction's for?
Yep. Have you read it yet, Soma? Have you seen Rob's new book, Cannabis Evolution and Ethnobotany?
No, I haven't.
Say it isn't
I just
so.
talked to him on the phone, though. I'm going to have to ask him about it. He didn't say anything when he was here the other day.
Look how thick it is. Look at this. It took him 17 years, and he wrote it with Mark Merlin, the ethnobotany professor at University of Hawaii. And, yeah, and cannabis. You're going to love it. So this is what he was talking about when he did
get a signed copy. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Right, remember when he was saying nobody smokes sativa? This is the book that explains narrow-leaf drug, broad-leaf drug, narrow-leaf hemp, broad-leaf hemp, punitive incessions.
He's over at Dave's place right now. That's where I call him.
Well, hello guys, if you're watching, we will get you.
They're probably sitting there smoking their shit and watching us talk away.
Well, then that's what I'm gonna do.
Cheers to you guys.
Just pack a bowl. Nice, relaxing.
Can do.
Someone got coffee now?
Yeah, man. And this is Barb 99 with some Soji Kush Rosin mixed together. It's a nice mix.
Real nice mix.
Are you watching the chat there, Rick? Because buddy's, what is he saying? Burner Jacob Pie Guy just made all those breeding stories up after getting bag seed of cherry pie kush that they really liked while eating Thin Mint Girl Scout cookies.
Yeah, that's some real fabricated bullshit. Sorry to say that, but on the real, I do know the story, and it's definitely not that story. But basically, Jigga made cookies, and it's not that at all. It's F1 Durban and Kush, I believe. I'll check the exact genetics right now just to clear that up.
Cookies?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to be OG Kush and Durban here in Cali.
F1 and Kush. So basically, and Jigga did that. Nobody else did that. It's not from a bag seed. And the whole reason why cookies was called cookies had nothing to do with Burner eating Thin Mint Girl Scout cookies. It's because it was a way to say, like, yo, let me get one cookie, two cookies, like a way to, on the phone talk. But anyways, it's just funny when you hear everybody talk about it. And
too bad those guys couldn't come in and tell their story, because I would love to hear a story that's about Jigga from Jigga.
Yeah. I try to get Jigga on here, but
I mean, I know you hang out with him and you're close with him.
He's not on Google and stuff like that. So.
No, I understand that too, and I know that like every time I've ever met the dude, it's been with you.
Yeah.
But it's good. Like, it's always good to hear the story from the person.
Yeah, you're right, and I wanted to make that happen. That's why I'm kind of not really going the full way there and everything, because it's not really my story to tell,
Yeah.
My friends, but
it's cool.
It's funny when you hear it. And I wasn't checking the chat, so that's the only reason why I broke it down to all the viewers, and thanks for letting me know. Because I don't know why. We have a different chat. It only says group chat here.
I'm just not sure why he used Hash Church to call out a crew. He's still doing it. He's like, the hype produced by that crew is worth of studying in a marketing class. None of it was true. It seems to be not the venue to call someone out that's not here. In my opinion, I was uncomfortable when he came on last week and he told that story, and it just seemed like, why did you tell that story? Where did that story come from? I don't mind if people want to have discussions, but it's like, dude, invite the guy in and have a discussion. Don't call people out.
Yeah.
I'd like honestly, Mark.
Yes.
I think that you exhibit. Is my little microphone on?
Yes, I can hear you good.
Yeah, I think you've exhibited a bit of decency and ethics and morality that a lot of people with the video camera don't find. And, even lately I've been dealing with someone who cooperated in my 90s case, now trying to make a name for himself, and someone hired him that runs the YouTube radio show and is now helping him push disinformation because they're hoping it's going to bolster their ability to sell genetics, and even though it's a total lie. And Soma, you would laugh at this. Are you over there, Soma?
Yeah.
Soma?
What's that?
Do you remember a million years ago, this guy Dave telling us all about the high desert bust and everything, and how he was like a protege of this old grower that got busted? Well, after a YouTube thing, I get a call from the daughter saying, dude, my dad's never met this kid. He was in high school when my dad got busted, and he's completely making up fairy tales. Remember, Dave?
Not sure.
Then don't worry about it. Though, but it's unbelievable that this information that's going on in this industry right now, and it's really because people are trying to profit from it.
That's all it is. That's really all it is.
It's all it is. Mark is one of the few people that came on and was like, you know what? Don't care. I'm just here to promote culture. And most people are just trying to find their angle, find their ad. It's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. I'm telling him right now in chat, you know what? You don't have to call someone out when it wasn't even a part of the discussion at all, just so you could kind of talk about how good your cherry pie cookies are. Listen, just do what you do good. Do it great. Do it better. And that will shine.
Cherry pie cookies, give them a shout and say, thank you for creating those genetics.
It's a real seed company thing, too, where it's like a lot of seed companies feel that they're like, okay, I got a seed company. I'm going to tell you how shitty Soma's seed company is to tell you how good mine is. And it's like, man, why do you have to do that? Just shine. If you want to be better than Soma, then you have to make better seeds than Soma and have a better, that whole thing has to be done better than what he's doing. Why do people try to call people out and lower them rather than try to elevate themselves? That's all.
Mark, but I want to say it like this, because you know what? As someone who started martial arts when he was only 12, and then when I got out of prison, I started hanging out with people doing X Games and UFC. I think there's a different mentality that's taken place now, especially when you look at those genres of games and fighting, where there's camaraderie and there's ethics and there's friends at the end. Like, I've literally watched guys kick each other's ass and then go drinking with Joe Rogan at the end of the night because they were buddies. And they really, you know, it wasn't this old baseball, football, stupid soccer mentality of your team has to suck in order for my team to win. At the X Games, man, you'll see someone like Danny Way go out and like grab Bob's skateboard and hand it to him if the guy loses his shit and pat him on the back and wish him a good run, even though they're competing against each other. And there's just this old school mentality that's still part of our culture that I hope we get away from, because we'll all do better when we start realizing we're all on the same team. That will help so much, you know? And that's not what it is right now. I mean, truthfully, I'm interested to see how we're going to get legalization in California to pass, because ever since 19, it seems like everybody that has either a pot club or a pot grow or a doctor, they all have angles on keeping it status quo. Where I thought we were all on the same team before, now it's like, oh no, there are a lot of people that won't support change because change will ruin their business.
Yeah, I guess there's a whole major business aspect of the whole thing, and like that's why I just compared it to the seed business, because I saw it. I've seen it in all the business. I mean, God, from the day I started my company, I was getting called out endlessly. I got called out probably for the first close to 10 years of operating and running my company. Got called out as a thief, got called out as, you know, someone who just steals ideas and this, that, and the other thing. And I'll tell you, man, like, it was definitely not the positive energy I was hoping at when I would set up at events and whatnot. But I just worked through it, and instead of, like, calling people out, I just tried to do my best.
Yeah, well, you know, and it was all misplaced again. Not to sound like I'm going to come out here and defend you, Mark, but truthfully, just 2 days ago, Kenny fucking sent me over the original 2 pages of the facts that he received via Neville that was from Sadhu Sam about the separation techniques. Long before anybody had a fucking supposed dream, Kenny had these things on his fax machine. And you know what? And you know, people that were accusing you of stealing were also at the same time borrowing the ideas of others quite liberally and applying them as their own.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, it's a sad side effect of this all, but in some ways it's not going to go away until we have legalization and patent protections and some of that. We need to start arguing for equal rights now, because equal rights is what we need in this industry. We should have the same rights liquor companies or pharmaceutical companies or fucking gun companies have. It doesn't matter. We should have those same protections.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't deny that at all. I'm looking now. I've offended Creek by calling him out, and now he's saying that all of us on this channel are a part of the United Cannabis Corporation funded by banksters. See how delusional this dude is, and I'm sorry, dude, because I liked you, Creek, and I thought you were a good dude, but I can really see you're being slightly reactionary. You came on the channel the first time, and it was wonderful. The second time, you called out some people that I know that are my friends, And it just seemed kind of uncomfortable to use my channel for that when you were invited in as a guest. And I'm sorry if I had to call you out on it, and I'm sorry if you think that we're all a part of the United Cannabis.
By the way, I mean, just to be straight, Cherry Pie is F1 Durban and Purple Urkel. So I just want to clear that up. And it wasn't a bag seed, or it was a project of Jigga.
Hey, since we're run by bankers, I've been kicked out of like 35 banks because I have a dispensary. Can I get one of those bankers to call me because I need a bank? You know, I'd love to be part of this conspiracy because, you know, they're kind of like literally kicked me out of 35 banks. So it ain't funny. Sorry about that, but you know, this is the stuff we're dealing with still to this day. And yeah, I completely agree with Todd. You know. Ethics is something that we have always strived for. That's why we have always chose to lead by example. You know, we started Americans for Safe Access out of BCG. We continue to support activists. We allow anybody who's going for initiatives to come in and gather signatures from our patient base. I'm still an activist. I started out as an activist, so you know, it is frustrating to see business kind of push out the little man, but at the same time, the reality of agribusiness and where America is going with cannabis, you know, isn't the small mom and pop shop that we all hope or have envisioned as it has gone. So that's why we're still fighting for our basic dreams, just to have a bank account, you know, just to even do business, because the DEA is still fighting us to that point. We have no way to do everything except by cash. So it is frustrating to hear these types of, you know, slanders that have no base in reality. But two, it also points out the struggles that we still have such a strong way to go. And yeah, I hope to see legalization in 2016. But we're also seeing, you know, things happening all over the United States. We're seeing Louisiana, it's going to pass for medical marijuana here in the next couple of weeks. So that'll make it the 24th state, which was here soon. We're going to have, you know, half of the 50 U.S. states here. But on top of that, we're going to see legalization be the big push here in 2016. And we're seeing it here in California. And what Todd is talking about is we have seen people factionalized. Even in 19, we saw people up in the Emerald Triangle, you know, lobby against 19 for one way, shape, or form. And we lost our opportunity in California, which I hope will rectify in 2016. But even with that failure, what did we get? Oh, we got Colorado, we got Washington, you now have Oregon and Alaska and DC, and it's only going to continue. So as that continues to ripple with change, we, as the elders, have to be the ethics. And this is where I also applaud Marcus in stepping up and making sure that, you know, even here, we have an ethical way to discuss openly, freely, the realities of what we have experienced. On top of that, this is a world-changing market that's going to continue to change. Whereas we looked to Amsterdam 20 years ago, we all came to you expecting the change that was going to change the world, and it did, but that torch has been passed. And unfortunately, Amsterdam seems to be regressing, where we see Spain seem to become a new proliferation point in Europe, as well as other spots will, you know, carry those fires as long as they can, whereas we here in America, we're going against our own treaties that we have forced everybody else to live under. Now we're starting to feel the wrath of the UN starting to come after us because of the draconian laws that we've spread all over the world by beating our prohibition over people's heads. So we need to be the responsible ones and still continue to lead by example with our ethics, by Soma with your, you know, continuation of genetics, Bubbleman with his great product, Horatio with his science, John with his awesomeness, and Todd with his knowledge. And I'll continue with my activism and doing what we have to do every single day. And how do we do it? Just doing about what we do every day. Get up today, do it again tomorrow, bring our lunch pail, quietly do what we do, and do it again the next day. Teach one person at a time and change the world, because if we don't do it, who will? These marketers and all these trust funders that are starting to come into the business, if we don't stand up ethically and be the ones that actually do so, we will be at the wrath of what we allow to happen. So
that's why you got to keep. That's why you got to keep the roots. You know, that's Kabaka Pyramid always says. Well, he not always says, but he says in one of his songs, "I man suss him out with my chalice." So it's like, you know, if you can sit and puff, then you can share the time. But a lot of these suits that are these sharks that are swimming around trying to basically what Buddy just called us, which I really don't think we are, because I've been to some of these events and I've sensed these guys in the room and been kind of creeped out by them. I don't go to the after parties at these big cannabis events that are like mainstream and, you know, pharmaceutical companies and mining companies. They all go drink booze afterwards, and we go to like our own hangout and smoke resins. So there's still a little bit of a... It's like you can't get it done on a world level in a community level. It's like there are things for us to take this to the next level. You know, once again, to go into the chat, people are kind of calling, not all people, but he's, you know, Creek's just saying that he's not a corporate guy. He's more into his meditations and into the wilderness. And I live in the wilderness. I completely understand that. I couldn't live in a city. But the work that we do, it needs to be encompassed within a model that will allow to operate in our world. You know, not some utopian dream that will never exist, but a model that can operate within the infrastructure that exists to get phytocannabinoids available to not just the people in the communities like Mendo and, you know, the Kootenays in British Columbia, the most super high cannabis communities. These decades of cannabis has funded these communities. They're on it. But that information needs to go to the cities as well. It needs to also be sent outwards, and that's why we need to go to a bigger level. It's no longer grassroots. It gets into bigger levels. And when you start wanting to do things on a bigger level, well, you find it very quickly that you're going to want to set it up in some sort of corporate model to protect itself, because there will be people like Monsanto and other evil companies that will literally decimate you if you don't set up your company properly. You know, so this is a crazy game to be playing, and getting into an arena with these big monsters is scary business. And ideally, you know, you have the support of the community that you're doing it with. Sorry, my mic is tripping. People said my mic is tripping. That sucks.
It goes in and out. One thing I wanted to, I guess, chime in or else support is there's this community concept that any amount of finances above struggling to get towards your goal instantly corrupts the individual, and that there's no concept that there are highly effective individuals that actually get more fuel and can achieve more in their lifetime with money, which is just lubricant to them. There's no social goals of status that are going to corrupt certain characters because they live for their purpose. They don't live to shine or ball or have shiny rims. So, I mean, I just don't see it. I've been in another position in life where being in control of vast amounts of money has allowed me to give many, many honest people who normally would get ripped apart by the sharks good livings, and we were able to come together and create something larger than any individual. So I just think he has a crooked view of what good can come of the world when people band together and are financed.
You know, I'd like to add something. You know, in 1999, I had the great fortune of I was an activist speaking at Woodstock, 1999. I got to talk about ending the drug war and legalizing weed. And one of the other people speaking with me at Spitfire that year was Kenneth Cole, the fashion designer, who by like his mid-30s, multi-gazillionaire. And he flew out to do Woodstock, obviously not for the $2,500 that Spitfire paid him, but because what he wanted to talk about was how, you know, for a long time people have resisted wealth and thought it was a mark of corruption, when he thinks that it's a mark of responsibility. Because if you want to help bring electricity to places that are rural, if you want to help do things that are good in the world, you have to embrace wealth as a tool, not a goal. You shouldn't want, you know, like I give you the metaphor of a woodworker. You know, he can lust after all of the great tools and all of the great saws and sanders, but it's not the tools that makes them great. It's what he does with them. It's the art, or it's the craftsmanship that comes out of the tools that's the goal, and not the tools that's the goal. And I think a lot of times people get confused with money being the goal when it's really what they can accomplish with the money being the goal. And I really walked away from listening to Kenneth Cole thinking that he was right, and that more people should be embracing wealth and then doing good with it. You know, don't run off and buy a Rolex. Do something for your community. Help build up the people around you. You know, use it responsibly, and then it's a tool for good and not a tool for evil.
Totally. Another way of saying that is money, it makes a wonderful servant, but a horrible master.
Yeah, that's great. That's a good one.
I've got to go, guys. I'm going to go watch my son kick it at his piano recital. I'm going to leave this open for you guys to run. I'm going to put it on so whoever talks, can you talk for 1 second, Todd?
Yeah, just as I muted my mic.
Perfect. Okay, that's on. So now anytime anyone makes noise, their screen will be recorded. So try not to overtalk over each other if you can. If you have something that you want to say and someone's talking, just maybe put a text thing in to let them know that you'll be up, and then keep your mic on mute, because every time your mic makes a sound, it'll jump back and forth. So here comes Tony. I'll give the floor to you, Tony, and let you talk.
Peace, guys. We got to go, too.
I'm just on my way out.
Mute your mic, Bubbleman.
Yes, I will.
Right out here.
Thank you so much for seeing you, Rick.
Back here.
I'm coming to you guys soon.
Yeah,
Hey,
see you soon.
Ash Church is not over. It's still going, and we're still going to have more people. I'll be back in 40 minutes. Unmute your mic, Tony, because they want to hear from you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
You're sideways, Tony.
Okay.
Perfect.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me, right?
Yes.
All right. How's everyone doing today?
We're doing good.
Fabulous.
Yeah? It's a wonderful day today in the neighborhood.
Y'all are causing quite a stir in the media.
Yeah, what's going on? Because we live under a rock out here in Ukiah. Tell me what's going on. What's the...
Basically, the sheriff in Mendo is definitely upset with what the Native Americans are doing, and the tribe says that on one plot they've put 26 plants challenging the sheriff to come in and to attack their sovereignty so that they can fight it out in court, so that they don't have to deal with, in my opinion, so they don't have to deal with idle threats anymore. They want to test their sovereignty in this law so that they can proceed more properly. So something is going to happen for sure between the sheriff. Either he's going to back down, which I don't think he's going to be allowed to, and he's going to be forced his hand by someone else, methinks. But who knows? That's what I'm reading in the media. It's been coming out hither and thither, just talking about whether they're going to continue with the 26 plants or the 25 plants.
That's pretty funny. Okay. Well, hold on, I got a tribal dog over here. It's pretty close. I think there was an article that came out that was similar, that was kind of like that. I think you'll probably see more of it. But yeah, there's basically, you know, when you're on tribal land and it's in trust, and you have this land that's sovereign, technically they could do whatever they want. And the ordinances that they put together, you know, follow the federal memorandum and the DOJ with complying with ordinances and state laws, and the fact that being a good neighbor is more the spirit of everything, where, you know, getting the tags and everything is only happens in Mendo, and so they don't necessarily have to do that. But in the in their ordinances that they wrote out here, they wanted to be a good neighbor and get those tags. So technically, they can grow whatever, they can do whatever they want. And so there's different pieces of land that was of concern. And I think what really stirred it was that first piece of land is right on the 101,
Yeah, that seems to be the ripple effect. People are seeing that.
Yeah. So I mean, but if you think about it, it's so you're driving down the highway. You got vineyards of grapes all over the place. Welcome to Ukiah. You look on the right-hand side, and you know, there was an orchard of cannabis plants that will end up being, you know, 10, 12, 15 feet tall. And it's the acceptance or not the acceptance of that. And I think that's what caused the stir, which, well, we don't know if we want to do that. You got to fence it in. Then you can only have 25 on each plot. And that really is kind of stretching it. And there's really no jurisdiction for them. So they can act like they have jurisdiction, but they really don't. So if they try to challenge the tribe, they will lose. There's no doubt about that. There's no way in any case, has there ever been a county that's challenged a tribal and has won. So, you know, it's a little flex from the sheriff, but I think that you'll see as this plays out, there'll be a little bit more neighborly love between the two. And I think that it comes down to having a certain understanding of those, you know, of that respect. So there's a little bit of, I guess you could say, taunting, like you said. That's just the one piece of land. There's plenty of other plots. I mean, I'm walking on one right now, just kind of give you an idea. This is, let's see here. Oh, let's see if I can see it from down here. Yeah, I don't know if you could see this. I'm going to turn it around. So this is another piece of land. It's pretty much as far as you could see down there. But there's 400 gallons down there all getting set up, not by the road. I don't know if you could see it. But there's tons of land out here. So this is not by the highway. And so we've got different projects going on, you know, at the same time, besides that one first piece of land.
Right on. I had a feeling you might have been involved in that, and needless to say, you know, be careful of what you say and do here, because I don't want you to put yourself in any type of jeopardy, needless to say. But at the same time, fucking rock on, man. That is so awesome.
Well, it's not me, remember, so the jeopardy's not on me. This has to do with Foxbury, the Pinoleville. We're consultants, you know, so we it's not like we're taking that type of risk, and they really need to work that portion out. And like I said to you, from everything I hear and everything I see and know, you know, there's only a certain amount of jurisdiction he could have. So
yeah, that's why the sheriff is barking, except probably for, I don't know, election. I don't know why, because he's not going to win if he picks this fight. But, and I agree with you, the future is definitely no need to hide the realities of what is there. But at the same time, I think they were hoping y'all would be a little more discreet. But at the same time, you know, you're free to do, that's sovereign land. You're able to do whatever y'all want to do, you know.
I mean, you know, let's face it, this is the Emerald Triangle. There's a ton of cannabis being grown out here. This wouldn't be the first time people are growing. Yeah, it's definitely in the face, in the forefront. But you know, if you look at the agriculture of cannabis in California and really the future of the next 2 to 4 years, I think you're going to see an agricultural push. Why wouldn't you? You know, and if you're looking at grapes as an example that that produce 62% of the world's wine and about 90% of the wine in the United States, it's a crop. It's the agricultural farming. So, you know, maybe this will kind of tip over the acceptance factor for that, you know, and maybe that will be, hopefully that'll be like kind of the next movement of acceptance and say, okay, this is an agricultural crop that can be cultivated outside and can be turned into medicine for patients. Like, it's really what it comes down to. So, and I understand And was like, are you guys sure about this? This is kind of like right there, you know, like right out in the open. So, I understand that. But, I mean, what's the difference between a Viagra commercial? If you're worried about kids looking at plants, well, and you have to explain it to them, you know, what's the difference in watching the Super Bowl and a Viagra commercial comes on?
People are wondering, what are y'all doing for water out there, or to conserve water?
Do what now?
People are asking about water. What are y'all doing for water? Can you hear me now? I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, I went off the phone because somebody tried to call me. And, see how this is going to work. Shoot.
We can hear you fine. You just lost video there for a second. You can keep talking.
Okay.
People were wondering about
water. The water. So this is what the other thing is. It's like, you know, growing, you know, the way we're trying to do things in the different projects, whether it's in Vegas or Colorado or different states, even in Jamaica, it's what kind of impact are you putting on the environment? And so that's really our first concern. And utilizing solar and, you know, and methods that are not going to put a huge impact. So if you're, you know, it's not like this is, you know, it's like when you put up a, say, 500,000 square foot building or something, and you're drawing in 1,000 lights, 4,000 lights, something huge. It's environmental impact. So when you do greenhouses, you realize you save 96% in carbon footprint. And in this particular project, we have solar and we have wells. So there's already wells put into place, and those wells are operated on solar. And so we're trying to leave a zero footprint, and then the actual soil mix that we have is all organic tea compost, and in it's contained 400 gallons. So everything is done with zero impact. So I could show you the wells with the solar if you want. I'll walk out there in a second.
Yeah, your mic is going, and we can hear you, but we lost your video.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Let's see. Am I back? Yes.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. So I'll let me see here. This is gonna take a long walk. Hold on. I might drive over there actually.
Well, Tony, when we meet up, I've got more to talk to you about with magnetic water treatment when it comes to saving water and reducing the plant's transpiration rates when it comes to those losses. It's that thing I showed you a long time ago, but I've been seeing some new videos come out of Australia on the larger scale where the government's now respecting it down there.
Well, yeah, it'd be interesting. All right, I'm just driving down there to the well. I'll be right back. Here, take it. Hold on. It's only 700 people watching.
Huh?
I'm just kidding with you.
Only 7 million people watching.
700 people here. All right, let's see here. It's way too big to walk every single day.
I'm going to say 7 billion people will be watching this over time.
Tony,
Yeah,
sometimes I have to wonder, do you have 3 hands?
Do I have 3 hands? No,
I noticed the camera never loses track of your head. Is it attached to your chest?
No, it's not attached to my chest. I've been a cameraman since I'm 16 years old, so I have a way to. I have a way of.
Got that steady cam hand.
Yeah. So we have cisterns. So, you know, here, let me get past this little spot. Okay. So what we do is there's a well. See the cistern?
Yep.
So it can condition your water at that point. So that's where we'd add that magnetic thing you're talking about, Horatio. And then we've got some vortex things, aeration, and then there is a little, I guess it does have magnets in it. It turns the water, and then as the water comes out, let's see here.
Does the water come out smoother? Is that the treatment process? Or what did they what do they label it as?
I don't know. It's got like a little tiny one of those things that pushes water through and it spins it, and before it finally comes out, it's got. I definitely know it has magnetics in it. I have to see if it's the same technology that you have.
It's probably.
All right, so here's one of the wells with the solar panel. So everything's on solar out here.
Is that because the tribe is self-sufficient and off the grid, and they have their own grid?
I don't know. There's another one over there. I don't know if you could see it. You'll see it over there. That's the one closer to the highway. Can you actually see the highway from here?
I can see the plants. I mean, we can see the pots. We can. Yeah, there we go. Saw a car go by. Yeah. Can see that just fine.
Yeah, it's not like it's not fenced in. You know what I mean? So it's not like you can just run up to it. But
is that the plot that they're talking about that can be seen from the highway?
Yeah, you know, I could probably I could go out there if you want. I don't know if this gets a little dicey when you're driving in California on the cell phone, though.
Yeah, no need to put yourself unduly at risk, man.
I thought you were on tribal land. Isn't that okay?
Yeah, but then when you go onto that 101 highway, let me see what I could do for you.
That's where the sting operation goes down.
We've actually had drones. We've had the sheriff helicopter. We've had the Coast Guard. We've had the black helicopters. We've had we've literally had everything you could possibly imagine. Imagine a drone showing up, just hovers above you, checks you out for a while, and then takes off.
You definitely put your joint out or turn your dabbers off, whatever you got to do. If that, I just get under a table.
No, they're all watching. It's okay. It's okay. But yeah, you know, like just things like implementing different practices that try to leave a zero impact. That's really the thing, because when you start looking at like large-scale grow operations and you think about how much energy and power consumption and water goes into things, ultimately the medicine price will rise. You know, if you're growing sun resin and you're turning it into extracts and products, in my opinion, you're going to have the best overall benefit from the plant, because everything we've studied, from indoor to greenhouses to direct sun, has a different profound effect. And this was a conversation that we all were talking about.
Hey, Tony, can I interrupt you for a minute?
Yeah.
Hey, Tony. Hey, we have Dr. Lester Grinspoon with us for only 30 minutes. Dr. Grinspoon, can you hear me? Lester?
Great to have you in here, sir.
Hold on, Lester, can you hear us? I don't think he can hear us, guys. Anybody try to get, let's see if he could. Hey, Lester, can you hear us? No? No, no sound? Yeah. Can you hear us, Lester? It's the fucking blue.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we do. Yes. Yes, you've gotta retoggle the Bluetooth. How do you tell them? Reconnect. How can we tell him that? Can you turn off the sound and turn it back on, Lester?
I can't hear you, Todd.
Oh.
I think I have all the right buttons pressed here, but it could be on my end. I'm so incompetent at this stuff.
Can you click on the
I can hear him, but we have no way to reach him.
Yeah, let me see here. Yeah.
Hey, wait, what if you just type it? He can see the chat. Just type it.
Can you see the type, Lester? Can you see it? And can you see the chat?
The chat next to it.
Yes, I can see you.
All right. Yeah, click on the small gear, gear in the center, top center.
Please pardon everybody. We're going through some minor technical difficulties to get Dr. Grinspoon on here. We'll be back momentarily here. Just one of those situations we're dealing with. Bubbleman has stepped away. He had to go away to deal with a family situation.
I can't find the button you're talking about.
Can you hear us, Doctor?
It's just not my medium.
Oh, all right, yeah. Etienne, we want to do the typing. You can type fast. Suddenly, Mr. Typist.
What do you want me to type?
Dictate, not read. First, ask him to go to the settings.
I went to his Google and added him and sent him a message there that we could hear him.
All right, we can hear him.
But I'm just saying,
ask him questions. Ask him, Lester, what got you into medical marijuana research? No, Etienne?
Hey, Todd.
Hey, Tony.
Todd.
Tony.
Maybe you should do a little introduction exactly who he is to the audience, because I don't think everyone probably knows.
Good call.
Well, what got me
They should know.
Marijuana research. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Okay. In 1966, I was at a dinner party. A professor of mine at the Harvard Medical School. Yeah, that's it. That's the first one. And at these dinner parties, these Friday night dinner parties had a lot of interesting people. And in 1966, we were at a dinner party where the subject of the Vietnam War came up. And I was amazed that most of these people who were professors at Harvard and not an unsophisticated group of people, were all opposed to it, except for one other person. We're all in support of it. I got it wrong. All in support of that war, except for one other person, whose name was Carl Sagan, and I. And we were really pushed into a corner. And it's really through our anti-Vietnam War activities, starting with this one, that we became very good friends, very close friends. I was best man at his last two weddings. But the first time we got together socially, I saw him smoke a marijuana cigarette, a joint. Now, I had been telling everybody for years that they mustn't use marijuana, that it was terribly harmful. And this was the first time I ever saw anybody use marijuana, and I told Carl, you mustn't use that stuff, it's very harmful. And he would say to me, Lester, he'd take a puff, Lester, here, have a puff. It's harmless and you'll love it. And then as I met more of his friends, most of whom used marijuana, I began to question how I had arrived at this idea and seemed to be so convinced that it was harmful that I went back into the library at Harvard Medical School, determined to write a short paper which would summarize the scientific and medical data and be, I hope I could get it published into a vehicle that would be available to young people that they would read, as well as people like Carl Sagan. Well, it it turned out to be 80 pages long. It was published in the International Journal of Psychiatry. I think 3 people in the world read it. And one of them was apparently the editor of Scientific American, who called me and said, would you condense this? I'd like to make it the lead article in the next issue I have available. Which was, at that time, I think it was in November or 1969, November or December issue. I can't remember which one. Well, when that was published, that caused a real storm, so much so that he published reprints of it for sale for 25 cents. You would see them around Harvard Square. And with that, 3 publishers approached me and asked me if I would write a book. I had not even thought of writing a book. But then it occurred to me that this was such an interesting subject, I hated to leave the library. I would have preferred to go on. Can you hold just a sec?
Yes, doctor.
Josh? I'm on the video now. What can I do? You're quite welcome, hon. Take care. Where was I? Let's see. At any rate, I decided to write a book, and that took me about a couple of years, and that was The Origin of Marijuana Reconsidered, which is the first of 2 books I wrote on marijuana. Does that answer your question? Yes or no? Good. I'm sorry I can't hear you guys. I got on to hear what you had to say, and here it is, I'm doing all the talking. So, unless Todd, who's a genius at these things, can solve my problem here, I'm going to have to leave. Todd, where are you? Why aren't you getting on top of this?
I think it's
got to blame my incompetence at the computer on somebody, and I cannot figure out what the hell is wrong here.
Can you still not hear us, Doctor?
Okay, type a question. Well, you know, you mentioned my son. I mean, part of the reason I decided to write the book I call Marijuana Reconsidered was because when I was working on the piece that ultimately was published in Scientific American, I worked a lot at home. And it was the first time my 10-year-old son expressed any interest whatsoever in my work, and he was very interested in it. So much so I was a little bit concerned. But in any event, it was a few months later that he was diagnosed with acute lymphocytic leukemia. And one of the things that went into my decision to begin to work on Marijuana Reconsidered was the fact that he was that interested in it, and he'd be delighted to see a book on it. And the other, of course, was the compelling interest that I became fascinated myself, you know, in a sense, with my own ignorance. That is, how could I have come to believe that this was such a dangerous drug? It was clear that I had succumbed to the propaganda about this drug, which one has to lay at the feet of the federal government. You know, organizations like Drug Free America and so forth didn't come in until later. And so it was partly, I just wanted to find out what this drug was really about, why there should have been this, up till that time, you know, a prohibition of it since the 1970 Drug Abuse and Control Act. And now, at the time I started to write it, this country was arresting approximately 300,000 people every year on marijuana charges, 89% of them from mere possession. And it was burdening young people with records that would compromise their careers. So I decided to go in the library and work on this. First, the three publishers who came to my office, I could have gone with a publisher that would have sold many more books, but I decided to go with Harvard University Press because while it would sell fewer books, it was known as a conservative press, and of course it was very prestigious. And so that's why I decided to go to Harvard University Press. I decided to go to Harvard University Press, and I was surprised to learn a month or so later that the so-called Board of Syndics of Harvard University Press, which who I had never heard of, but which had to approve every publication the press made, turned the book down. And it reminded me, some of you may be familiar with the Rembrandt painting, The Syndics, and you see these very conservative old men, you know, and that's exactly what I thought had happened. Well, the director of the press was sure he could persuade them differently, and so he did, and I got started, and they agreed. One of the agreements in the agreement we had was that they would get it published by March 24th, 1971, if I would abbreviate the time it took me to get the manuscript to them. In other words, I wanted to be sure the book was ready, was available before my son, the leukemic son, departed. And indeed, the book is dedicated to him. So that's how it came about. Now, he used marijuana as it's a long story, but he had chemotherapy, and toward the end of the 5 years of his living with this, the nausea from the agents that were using then was so enormous that he just hated going in there because he would vomit for 8 hours. We put a bucket by his bed afterwards. It was really terrible. And then one day, a doctor by the name of Emil Fry, who succeeded Sidney Farber, who was head of oncology at the Harvard Medical School, came from Houston to take his place. And a friend invited us to a dinner party for him to introduce us. And at that dinner party, he asked me, he said he had read parts of my book. I'm sure there was a chapter on medical marijuana on medicine. And he said that he wondered if that would be a useful anti-nauseant to chemotherapeutics. And I said that, I had reviewed all the medical history from 1850 when it started to be used in allopathic medicine and modern Western medicine. Indeed, there are about 100 papers, and one of the uses was for nausea, but it was invented, that was long before chemotherapeutics were invented. So I couldn't for sure answer the question, would it defeat the nausea of cancer chemotherapy? But hearing his story about this 18-year-old made me think it surely would. And so with that and a few other experiences, I decided in about 1991 to write a book on marijuana as medicine. I felt I could get a hold of enough anecdotal material to make the case, although there were no studies available. It was illegal to, you couldn't get it to study it in a way that would satisfy the federal drug, the FDA. And so I decided I would do it on the basis of these anecdotal stories, of which I'd collected a large number by this time. And so the book, Marijuana, the Forbidden Medicine, came out in 1993, and by 97, I had so much more clinical material that I wrote a second edition, which is just about twice as long as the first edition. Now, I now think, as you know, that what I call cannabinopathic medicine, I think it's a mistake to go on calling it medical marijuana. It's developed as more than just, oh, this is one use of marijuana. It is. But, now that we're interested in cannabinopathic medicine, we've developed the endocannabinoid system, which means we found there's a whole neurotransmitter system in the brain, which is, of which a neurotransmitter called anandamide, there are two of them, anandamide and AG2, really simulate marijuana, or I should put it the other way around. Marijuana simulates those neurotransmitters. And so it has become a treatment philosophy, in a sense, or system of its own, and it deserves to be addressed as something other than medical marijuana. So cannabinopathic medicine is what I thought it ought to be called. Trouble is, lots of people find that doesn't come out right. They try to pronounce it, and they're difficult. The trick is to put the emphasis on the second syllable, cannabinopathic medicine. And so that's about what I can tell you. I don't like giving you a lecture here. I thought I was going to be a part of something here. And I just gave a lecture to almost 2,000 Italians in Florence over Skype. And that was pretty difficult, let me tell you, because of the noise and the translation part. But at least I know you guys are hearing and understanding me, even though I can see your faces. I can't hear anything from you. So I'm going to depart now because I don't want to just be here and not be able to participate. Maybe we can try it again by the next time. Maybe Todd will have it figured out. So I wish I could meet you in person over the internet, but I can't. So I am going to be departing now. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Grinspoon.
Thank you.
Your blessing. Can you hear us, Doctor? No, he can't hear us. Oh, well. So, Tony, you were telling us about what was going on out there in the wonderful land.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say that I'm a little speechless. That guy's...
Hey, Tony, thank you, by the way. I did not mean it. I was, we're all so enthusiastic of what's happening on native lands, too, and we tried to set this up, but I didn't mean to interrupt you, and I didn't even realize I was muted. I was like, Tony, 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 and I realized I was shouting in a muted mic.
Oh.
No,
Listen, that was a little bit of a speechless moment for me, so I would honestly shut the fuck up anytime he would come on in a heartbeat. I was actually just blown away that he was even on Hash Church. I'm a little taken back, to be honest with you. Yeah, because that was his books were the first books I read, and that's when I first started growing, was in the '96 period, and everything that there's about 5 people that I think have influenced me, and he's in the top 5 for sure. He's probably in the top 2. So,
well, what's interesting is Etienne is one of the anonymous stories in Marijuana, the Forbidden Medicine. And Lester didn't know who had given him the story. So years later, I think it was me, but got to introduce him in person to Etienne, and he got to see what happened after somebody started adopting cannabis use as medical use, and used it in for Etienne for post Gulf War I. And Lester was like the first connection he had to somebody that had taken part in his his projects, if you will. And that we did a longer part on the culture high, and if people go to my website, it's actually up as a free extra clip, and it's him talking about his son Danny, because his son had gotten cancer, and he was in the middle of this project writing about how marijuana was so damaging because he was worried about his friend Carl smoking weed all the time. And then his wife went and got marijuana for the kid and gave Danny marijuana to smoke, well before anyone was allowed to do this stuff. And we're talking early 70s. And he saw the effects it had on his own son, and this is why he then started delving into the research more, and he discovered Dr. Todd McArea's work, who was also coming out of government work, and Dr. McArea realized a lot of the medical cannabis information was classified when he was in the military. He went on to become one of the directors of what became the National Institute of Health and Mental Services. Dr. McArea's work was the Indian Hemp Drugs Commission. And when Dr. Lester Grinspoon started putting this all together, he really renamed his book. This was his book. It became Marijuana Reconsidered. And this is what he used to look like back in the day when he was hanging out with Carl smoking weed. But it was because of his son getting cancer and his son going through this journey with cannabis therapeutically that it changed the way Lester looked at this, and his body of work reflected it. To me, the man's story is fantastic. He also started supporting the National Normal back, in 1970 when it was formed, and he was really ostracized by Harvard because of it. When Nixon is heard talking negatively about, racist people, saying, it's the Jews that want to legalize marijuana, he's fucking talking about Lester Grinspoon. This is the guy at Harvard he was hating on, because he was with credibility and clout coming out and saying, we really have to rethink this, that we're completely wrong about this. And someday there'll be statues to that man. But when we tried to do the Cannabis Culture Awards, Harvard would not even let him wear his Harvard pin in his interview with Ben Dronkers, where he was getting an award with no less than Richard Branson. Harvard was like, not yet, too soon. And it's such bullshit. But, his books, if people listening haven't seen them yet, are really what founded a lot of the knowledge we have now about cannabis, and led a lot of doctors who to take this very seriously. And Lester now has cancer himself and is also a medical patient and is using it for his own benefit. And he's still participating and educating people all over the world. I'm surprised he had an audio glitch, because he literally does do these things all at universities all over the place. So sorry everybody, you couldn't hear us, but I can get him on again.
Yeah, he a lot of people give Goop modern day credit for kind of cracking that open, but I look at the doc at when I was in college and I was in an accident and I started using cannabis and for my own pain and medical reasoning, and then I thought back then, my mom said, what do you want to do when you grow up? And I told her, I said, I want to grow cannabis for the government, and I said famous people at the time, meaning like I felt it was fine for you to smoke cannabis in an adult use method, and so I said I want to grow for patients and I want to grow for famous people, meaning musicians, because at that time I hung out with a lot of different musicians, and I said there's nothing wrong with it. And the only thing I could use in the 90s as a legitimate reference from a doctor from Harvard was his work and those books. And then people would kind of, you had a lot of people that would just be like, oh, well, they were still in the impression of prohibition and what it could do to us. But that was a good reference, and that was, to me, like what Gupta did in the modern world on television and really taking it over the top. But a lot of the things that, even with the Act Now program and philosophies that I developed and things for myself and for this program came from individuals like himself and taking works like what Dave Watson did, and we were talking about terpene modulation. And before I got caught on earlier, I was about to talk about the difference in outdoor, greenhouse, indoor, and the effects on what that does to your medicine. And so if you think about all the plants that exist, and they all are using photosynthesis, they're all taking light in, and they've got leaves, and they generally are producing some kind of fruit or buds or different types of things. They're trying to exist, pass along a legacy, their seeds. Birds or insects help them. Sometimes they're airborne. But ultimately, that sun, and if you look at it as a full spectrum when we talk about sun resin and sun medicine, the sun is putting out all kinds of wavelengths, and you're trying to replicate that in a bulb, and it's not going to happen. So if you look at just as a simple element of UVA, UVB, UVC lighting, exposure to parts of that can be toxic. Small, minuscule exposures on the indoor level to UVC could actually strengthen the immune system of the plant, kill any powdery mildew. It causes different things. The UVC, large exposures to that could change the DNA of the plant. And so, but UVB lighting, would focus on the immune system. And so there's different spectrums of light and their wavelengths that pass through this plant that then get transcended into the full cannabinoid profile. And the fact that we're still studying elements of that plant and not the whole plant, and the effects of that light spectrum on the actual production of every type of cannabinoid, terpene, flavonoid, everything that aspect of that plant, we're still in its infancy. So I can tell you that looking from indoor to greenhouse, you gain 10% overall cannabinoids and lose a 10% on THC. So if your THC was 20%, you're going to see 18% or 16% in a greenhouse, but you have a wider range of different types of cannabinoids. And so when you're outdoor, or in the greenhouse especially, you have a plastic or a glass, and that's going to block off different wave lengths like UV lighting, and that's why we were talking about UV lighting before. And so strains that are taken from their natural element and brought into the indoor for generations and bred back and haven't been exposed to, say, that full spectrum of light may have lost some of its abilities to utilize those spectrums. Just kind of like we have a deficiency in our endocannabinoid system, we develop different nervous conditions or autoimmune conditions. Well, the plant, let's as an example, you take an OG and you put it outside and all of a sudden it has powdery mildew, and you're wondering why did that happen? Well, it's happening because of those elements. And so when you look at the impact on the environment in agriculture and cultivating cannabis, cannabis wants to be grown outside. It loves the sun. It's a plant that wants to be grown out here, and you can grow it in shade. You could grow it along with other trees and other plants. It's a plant that really accelerates on a different level because it's getting the right exposure. And so people worry about, like say, PM on indoor. Well, when you're outside, you've got such a great UV spectrum that it's its natural defense. And so sometimes you lose that in a greenhouse, and that's why you have to add that supplemental in a greenhouse or in the indoor. And so what we feed the plant, what the roots and the nutrients and how that interacts with the actual light spectrum has a very profound effect on our overall medicine. And so, in my opinion, there's nothing better than the sun. And so, if you are able to do a controlled greenhouse with a convertible roof, that would be like the next move, where everything's on solar, everything's self-sustainable. We use cisterns, we recapture all the water. It's a net zero LEED platinum type of cultivation system, and if you are able to actually have a convertible roof, meaning the whole greenhouse opens up to the sun, not just light depth. But when you have beautiful days, and it's, you can have those exposures. You can expose them all the way, 30 minutes, 2 hours a day, things like that is going to increase the overall profile. So for someone on my side and people that are on the extract side that's trying to make medicine from this plant, growing 10 or 15 pound plants outside in 400-gallon pots, or 100-gallon pots, each one of them will be kind of different in their size, allows us to maximize that potential and keep the lowest footprint, and it keeps the cost of the medicine down as well. So out here, you've got entities. It's not like United Cannabis is doing this. You've got Foxberry, who works with Pinoleville, who works as an intermediate. They have their collective, and ultimately they're utilizing our different types of technologies, extraction technologies, the program. This is all for creating consistent quality medicine that we can rely on. And so that's one of the projects that I'm doing in California is here. There's other ones going on, but this is one of them. Let's see here. And, I'm sure as anyone who's an activist as well, we want to see what happens. I'm kind of sitting watching this. I kind of be interested to see what happens here on the legal front. What do you think about that, Todd? In this particular case where there's tribal land, what do you think the rights, when we were talking about this earlier, are? Did you disappear?
Yeah, he stepped away for just a second. I don't know why, but he's not there at the moment.
All right. I want to hear his opinion on this.
Agreed.
Well, Tony, one question I guess people weren't clear of. When you guys are able to process on tribal land, now, I remember when it first started out, there was this concept that, yeah, they can move anything they want because it's a tribal truck. But are you able to change the landscape of Mendo because you're able to produce a legal facility that people can interact with? Like, do people get to bring their material to you, and are they under the attack of the sheriff, or do you go to them, and how do people get to potentially interact with the future processing facility? What's their hopes looking forward?
Okay. So the Senate just passed here in California the ability to be able to utilize trucks and tribal tags to move product, but it's also a collective. So they have a collective, and so with that collective, they're also gaining patients and things like that, and so they will be able to, according to what we have here, the farmers here would be able to interact with that processing facility that's on trusted land, and so you'll be able to we'll be able to take that product in, process that, make it into products, and be able to put that back into the collective network along with the other collectives. So yeah, it does do that.
Okay, so mainly, I guess one of the biggest things is because of that transport infrastructure, it isn't like the dispensary model where it's all coming from nowhere and at any point it could all disappear en route to delivery. It's a normal, that's what gives that guarantee, is the ability to be able to even deliver as much as intake. Because a lot of scenarios, I guess even in Canada where, Vancouver has this legal scene, if you live outside of Vancouver, I don't know how you get, the whole trip is unsafe until you're in that safety net zone. So I can understand that it could still be a problem coming into the facility, but everything coming out as a product or a brand is protected under that same Native Indian band.
Well, and there's going to be a collective here, so on the same land eventually, so there's just different things that are potential. But for right now, let's say your son has your 25 plants and you're wanting to bring that and then process that. That's now, we're able to do that, so I'm not trying to think of like how you're.
Well, I've always
wording.
heard it as a county to county, and like one day I heard, oh, somebody got busted on the way to the cup, and I'm like, how can the cup be legal, but if you drive there through the wrong county, all of a sudden you're illegal all over again?
Yeah, no, that's definitely. I mean, that's definitely county by county. So they're still
Not to sound weird, guys, but I mean, as someone who's lived in California since '92, it's as long as like New York to the Georgia. It's huge, and it's as diverse too. And I'm gonna go to a camping event, and I'm in San Francisco, and it's a 5-hour drive north of me, and it's still in California. That's how huge the state is. And if I were to leave to go to LA, it'd be a 5-hour drive down to LA from me, and I would only be in LA. To get all the way down to like TJ or San Diego would be another 2-3 hours. So this state is massive, and you deal with a lot of different jurisdictions. There's a huge irony right now, which is Cypress Hill Smokeout, the Chalice event, the last High Times Cannabis Cup have all been held in San Bernardino, which is the world's largest, it is the world's largest county. The place is absolutely massive. And on top of that, it's very conservative. But they, of all people, have been going broke, so they started allowing the Cypress Hill Smokeout to happen, and it did so well for them that they started booking every other pot event that would sign up. So there's going to be like 710s coming up, Chalice is coming up, then the Smokeout's coming up, High Time just happened. There's at least 4, maybe 5, and they allow you to smoke. They're allowing it to be a practical farmer's market, if you will. You go there, and there's people with slabs out and jars of cannabis, and they're just selling it, and it's unbelievable to see it. I mean, there was a bag, like a QP of pot hanging from one booth, said, win this bag, and they had a raffle. Like, it's that far out. And they're allowing this, and it's so different, though. But if you get caught driving through a conservative, county on the way home from that, yes, guess what? You're dealing with it, and they're going to look at your hash and wax and think that it's something they've never seen before. And this is really the ignorance of the situation. There's no consistency in the policing at all, But honestly, going back to Holland, there's a magazine called Soft Secrets, and when that was started by Winard Brunning back in the early 90s, maybe the late 80s. What it was a newspaper clipping service that actually showed what was happening in South Holland and North Holland and Amsterdam, and got the coffee shop owners to see and demand equal rights. Because if one area was getting treated, liberally, and another area was cracking down, they all had to be asked to be treated more liberally, and they could give explanations and reason why they should be treated more liberally if they knew of each other's cases. So Soft Secrets is now a growers magazine in Europe in multiple languages, but it started off as an information clipping service to the coffee shop owners, which were just people like us and others that were starting, cannabis collectives and pot clubs at the time called coffee shops, and trying to figure out how to, basically interact with the society around us. And that's what's happening right now, too, because here in California, we've had legal medical cannabis for 19 years. And, I was the first person the feds busted after California changed their law. I was living in Bel Air, and I was growing all this pot. I got busted with 4,116 plants, they said. But the truth of the matter is the California Supreme Court has now unanimously ruled that, in a sense, I was right, that the California law allowed an unlimited amount of growing by a patient because it didn't set forth to limit the scope of it. And my argument was, man, you can go have grapes, you can go have a knife collection, a gun collection. Nobody counts these things. You can have as many bottles of wine as you want. They're not going to say it was intent to distribute wine because you have a big wine cellar. And it's so in a sense wrong the way they double standard us in cannabis. And it happens all over the state. And I mean, and we were talking about the initiative not passing. It's not the fault of the Emerald Triangle that Prop 19 lost. Unfortunately, they have such a small population that they account for like less than 1/4% of the overall California vote. So even if we had won all 3 counties, we would have still not made. We would have gotten 1/4% of a vote bump, and practically not even seen it. So no hating on my friends up there, but the mentality when you see a bumper sticker that says, don't legalize pot, and it's on a grower's car, it freaks you out a little bit because they're just playing numbers and they're trying to keep the prices high while their friends and sisters and neighbors go to jail occasionally. And that's fucked off, you know, and we're not going to see the ability to transport your stuff and have equal rights until there's uniformity in the state. And realistically, unfortunately, right now we have some people, and you know, BPG has always supported legalization and been an exceptionally different club, if you will. But we've seen a lot of clubs exhibit their self-interest in wanting to not have a lot of competition. And you're starting to see all this corporate interest pop up where it was before it was idealists. It was people like Dennis Perone or Jack Herer that had this utopian view of freedom. And then people came in and now they have, you know, a utopian view of long vacations and profits. And they're like, hey, fuck off. I don't want to help support your change. You're just going to put some guy next to me in the abandoned building, and I don't need that. And that's where we're starting to see a real weird scene happening, especially with Lieutenant Governor, you know, Gavin Newsom touring around, and you're starting to see the special interest starting to pop out. You know, and the problem we have with the Federal Reserves is that drive off it. I mean, you're in an island. You know, the island is California. You're surrounded by an ocean of politics, and that's part of it. Unless you fly off, and maybe that's Tony. Maybe you need a fleet of fucking helicopters. You know what I'm saying? But at that point, every Indian I met in federal prison was arrested on a federal reservation because it's the federal cops that actually come in and bust the brothers and sisters on the reses. And, you know, they don't go and deal with California court if there's a murder or a crime on the res. They go deal with federal court because that's, unfortunately, the jurisdiction that deals with those things. So it's really a fucked up situation.
Around. Tony wanted to ask you this question about what you thought about what he was doing there in Mendo.
I think I think it's an irony, and everyone should acknowledge this. Cannabis is not indigenous to North America. So just as we have these fantasies of Indians riding horses, yeah, they did after the settlers from Spain arrived and brought horses, just like they brought cannabis. So all the cannabis that they were growing came after the Europeans came over with their cannabis and their horses. Now, that said, I find it ironic that the federal government is going to basically give the Native Americans a right to grow a plant that indigenously they didn't have before, you know, we the settlers got here, and they're going to keep it from us. I mean, to me, that's really screwed up. You know, I mean, we should all have equal rights, and if they're not going to enforce on sovereign territory, they shouldn't be enforcing at my house either, because I should have a right to grow hemp and make paints and varnishes or ropes or whatever little thing I want to do, or in this case medicine, and have that same right. You know, so there's this really weird you know, collusion of state, federal laws, and also federal positions. Because as we're having this conversation and you're giving us a tour of a potential, you know, sovereign grow, they're still busting people in Georgia and, you know, Minnesota and Oklahoma, and they're still rolling over their rights like it doesn't matter, because nobody's over there with the consciousness to step up for them and fucking and say this is wrong. You know, so we're still stuck in a place of needing a whole lot more education. And the reason I sat down and started to do these things is because, and make movies and make books, is because really it's about getting information out. Because I wasn't empowered until I learned from other people like Lester and Todd McAree and Jack Herer and saw the courage of people like Dennis Perone, whose really only courage was being a pot dealer, opening up front, you know, with the F you attitude, and I'm going to do it, and if you arrest me, I'm going to do it again. You know, and that's what happened. If you really want to get the roots of the medical marijuana scene in San Francisco, it was indifference to authority. You know, and look what we grew it into, and I believe that now people are all running around with these damn smartphones and not really using them to get smart. And what bugs me, in all honesty, is I used to sit up at night in Kinko's making photocopies and going to fucking colleges and other places to try to teach people about cannabis. And now I did that because there was a lack of information. The internet wasn't around, dude. It was 1993, 94, 95. You know, AOL was literally blocking search terms like hemp, cannabis, marijuana. Like, I never used AOL because of that specifically. And the truth of the matter was, it pissed me off. But now we're running around where we all got Wikipedia on our phone. We can look up any single little word about cannabis hemp. This is where I think should be the snowball falling off the mountain, because it should now be access to information that causes this all to change. Because once we start seeing, hey, they're not fucking busting people in California, or hey, look, Colorado's making $1 million a month off taxes, other states are going to look at this and they're going to want equal treatment too. So now what I think we should all be doing, people listening to this now, is fucking spreading the truth. That's it, plain and simple. And the truth has never been comfortable to the powers that be, because they're in really neat little positions with crony capitalism, and the politicians are in bed with the alcohol companies and the pharmaceutical companies. And, you know, we have people up here talking shit about things, but the truth of the matter is we're all in a war against the fucking people that control the billboards, the radio ads, the TV ads, because they're telling us we need all this bullshit when what we really need is the freedom to grow our own fucking medicine and be free of their crap. And that's what we need to fight for, in my opinion. That's what this is really all boils down to at the end of the day. And we're all, you know, basically trying to do the same thing, which is discover our own liberty.
Yeah, you know,
So do you think that...
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Danny.
I was just going to say, do you think this helps or hurts that in what you're seeing?
I think, well, what you're doing on the Native Americans, what's happening with the Native Americans trying to exercise their option is wonderful. I mean, it's the irony of sovereignty. You know, look at the gambling casinos and stuff. I mean, I have always been an advocate of Native American rights, because I think that what we did was horrendous to them. And I think that with, you know, no recourse and no reparations, it's really screwed up. And really, the American government has gone back on every single thing they've ever basically promised them. If you look at it historically, they have a horrible track record of treating these really, you know, peaceful people like shit. And, you know, anything that could give them economic freedom, to me, is good. I mean, I support it, but, you know, I support, this is going to sound weird, I support their economic sovereignty as much as I do my neighbors. And I mean, if you know, why should you go get a bank job if you would rather sit home and grow some herb and provide it to people that need it? You know, you should have that right like they do. And this is where I think the whole conversation really boils down to equal rights more and more and more every single day. Because now that we know the truth, now that we know the science, now that we know it's safe, at what point do we say, fuck no, are we going to take this shit? You can't lock our friends up anymore. We're going to show up in court, and we're not going to put up with this shit. We'll vote you out if you're stupid, and we will exercise our rights to have a democracy. Because that's going to be what changes things on a massive level. We now have to shame politicians that literally act like they don't know what hemp is and act like they don't know marijuana is safer than alcohol. We have to shame them into their stupidity. Because if they're walking around with a fucking Apple smartphone and it isn't making them smarter, they should just break it, put it down, and go back to having, like, rocks and, you know, chisels and pretending like that's efficient, because they're stupid, and we shouldn't at all tolerate that anymore. I mean, our kids are literally, like, dying due to our own stupidity. If it wasn't for my mom being brazen and giving me weed when I was 9 years old, I probably wouldn't have made it through, like, my 10th bout of chemo. And that's true. And if I didn't have a brave parent, which is partly why I wanted Lester to talk about Danny, because him and his wife had to worry about breaking the law. Think of everything he had to lose as a professor in Harvard if he had been busted giving his kid a Schedule I drug, or a soon-to-be Schedule I drug, because this was all happening right around the time when Nixon was freaking out and creating the CSA due to the Tim Leary case. Because we all know Tim Leary, you know, basically broke the system when he challenged the constitutionality of the Marijuana Tax Act in Supreme Court, and basically won, if you will, and that ended marijuana prohibition for a minute. And that's really why the CSA was formed, because they needed a better definition of this. Because if you go all the way back in history, there is testimony in the 1937 Tax Act where the William C. Woodward, the legislative counsel for the American Medical Association, was basically saying that they couldn't include cannabis in the Harrison Narcotics Act because it was natural and it was not refined or distilled or manufactured in any way. So they felt like it was out of the scope of their constitutional powers to ban it. It had to meet that criteria. I've always found that to be fascinating, because then they came along later and said they justified the prohibition, but I always wondered if they, you know, in a sense, if they really did.
So yeah, one thing I would say it's definitely unfair what's going on with the tribes getting all of these rights and regular cannabis consumers not getting those rights. But I would say that anything that we get nowadays really is forward motion, and if this gives the ability for tribes to deal with tribes in other states and get these medicines into all 50 states, even if there's not a medical or there's not a recreational. If we can actually get that to happen, we're making great strides, and it's going to push that medicine out there to the people so that we will have great change, And I think every little step counts, What I'm really working on here in Washington State is, kind of a cannabis consumers bill of rights. Here in Washington, we weren't as lucky as Colorado and the other states that have legalized. We're not allowed to pass a joint. We're not allowed to gift anybody cannabis. Even if we went and bought it in the store, we're not allowed to just give it to somebody. And we're not allowed to grow our own if we're over the age of 21. And so I feel that those are fundamental rights that whether you're medical, whether you're recreational, or whether you're using it spiritually, you should be able to grow a small amount of plants. You should be able to give your neighbor that's over 21 a small amount of that cannabis without any money exchanging, so non-commercial, and you should be able to pass a joint. So that's really what I'm trying to fight for here in Washington State.
I feel, man, a lot of people were against 502 because it didn't, win them the lottery ticket of freedom they wanted, and I want a lot of freedom too, and I consider myself an Earthling more than I do, I'm not a Californian or from Rhode Island or whatever, or European at times. I'm really from planet Earth, and I see that shit's happening all over the place, and I think it's fucked up, and I really think that we have to look at the whole big picture here, to be honest, and not be so locally focused anymore. And also, I think that it's just one more step towards where we're going. I wish that more people had gotten on board and supported 502 and then showed up the next day and tried to make it better instead of just went, okay, we're done, we're cool, let's open a store and sell weed. Because that's what really so many seems like they did. And now it's getting dismantled in some ways. So to me, the struggle doesn't end. You know what I mean? And really, we need to see the bigger picture, and we need to support the other states, the other countries, in all factuality. I mean, as an American, I feel responsible because, in a way, it was America that brought these fucking poisonous laws all over the world and forced them to abide by them, or America wouldn't do business with them. So, they ran around and used that corporate power, and we've defaced places. Like, we've poisoned places like Bangladesh with defoliants and herbicides to try to kill the cannabis because, chemical companies got paid money to fucking fulfill the government contracts that were created when they put together an eradication program. And people don't realize this, but we have literally exploited poison all over the world in the name of cannabis eradication, and it's fucked. And at some point, I think the American government should be responsible for all this shit. And at some point, all these members of Congress in the House need to be held accountable. I mean, to me, it's no longer acceptable to be naive or not in the know about hemp history when you can just Google the word hemp. That's, to me, it's inexcusable to be stupid about this stuff now. And I just wonder when, as a voting conglomerate, are we going to start demanding this intelligence out of these people? And it probably won't be until the massive amount of people, look at hemp or look at cannabis and think, oh yeah, that came from the cannabis plant. Maybe it's going to take that long for people to really let it saturate.
Well, the war on cannabis has truly been the poisoner's agenda. Whether you want to talk about the petrochemical industry or the pharmaceutical industry or the pesticide industry, they're all the same people flagging poisonous products as an alternative to cannabis, the thing that they made, massively illegal. And hey, I'm back.
Hey man, it was cool. Lester couldn't hear us though, so we had to type him questions.
Well, that's okay. That's cool that he came in. I'm glad that you made that happen, and I'm glad that I made my son's recital because it was wonderful, and I got to hear him jam out 3 nice songs. And then I went live on Periscope on my way back on the Ducati. I was just
Which Ducati do you have?
Oh, my neighbor got an 1100, and I just asked him. I was like, "Hey, man, do you think I could borrow your Ducati?" And he was like, "Sure, just don't go over 200." I was like, "That's reasonable."
That's really cool, man. I was standing in front of the greenhouse one night. Franco pulls up on a Ducati, and all these people surround him. And he gets off, looks at me, gives me a hug, hands me his helmet and his keys, and goes, "Go for a ride." Everybody looked at me and went, "Who the hell is this?"
You know, that same thing happened to me in Berlin. Whatever the Cannabis one-time event that happened in Berlin, and it might have been in like the early 2000s, and I was there at the back of the area, and one of the big companies, I can't even remember which one it was like a European company that I didn't recognize as well. They had done this super moto bike up like 25 G's worth, just pimped it right out, and he did the same thing. He pulled right up to me, and he was like, "Hey, man, here's your helmet. You know, take it for a spin." So I'm like, "Yeah!" I get on this thing. I'm literally like, "Oh, this is going to be so much fun." And I'm telling you, out of nowhere, the fucking popo roll up on me. Like, out of nowhere. A cop on a motorcycle just appears beside me, and he's like, "Do you let me see your license?" He just starts going off about the illegality of the bike and how we're not supposed to be doing what we're doing, and there's not even a plate on it, and you don't even sound like you're from here, and neither does he, and fuck me, man. 25 minutes of dealing with the police later while not shredding the wicked supermoto bike. It wasn't the experience it could have been, let's just say. Oh, Prosecutor 10 asks, what event was it? This was in Berlin. It was a big event. There was booths and stuff. And it would have been like maybe a cannabis that had originally been down in the south of Germany in Dortmund. And then I think they did one in like, I can't remember if it was in Cologne or if it was in Frankfurt. I think they did one. And then they went to Berlin one time. I think it fell apart after that, but it was quite good. Sorry that there's too much drama in here, little gremlin. If you just post names in capital letters of people who seem to be, the fire starters of the drama, we can get them out of there pretty quick. Give them a warning. Yeah, dab more as well. We could all dab more. I think Tony's in the truck again, so that's great.
Hey, we can have Lester on again, too. We just got to walk him through his audio dilemma.
Well, where's he at?
He lives outside of Boston these days, near Harvard.
Okay.
He's dealing with a lot of health complications, and he's been really awesome with it. He's been super prolific and working on things. One of the things is this cannabinopathic medicine that he feels that now there's, 2 paths of medicine. We have allopathic and homeopathic medicine. And he feels that cannabis is coming along with its own class of chemicals, because I say it like this, that these chemicals are only found in cannabis. Like cannabinoids are only from cannabis. So everything that's cannabinoid-based medicine he's saying it's cannabinopathic medicine. And I do too, and it makes sense because it's a derivative concept. And he wrote a really wonderful paper, like a white paper, that he let me read, and it sums it up well because now that we're moving forward and we're understanding all of these different cannabinoids and their different, what he calls the ensemble effect and not the entourage effect. He says that this ensemble effect, as people start to understand the way that the synergy of the cannabinoids work together and the way we start separating them and understanding the cannabinoids better, this is going to lead to huge advancements in medicine, he thinks, because of the way that we've identified that we have this internal endocannabinoid system that, if you will, like he said earlier, you'll have to go back and rewatch it, but marijuana mimics the way that our body already works. So when we're smoking dabs and smoking cannabis, what we're doing is we're absorbing chemicals that are actually enhancing the way that our body functions anyway. So they find a rich degree of endocannabinoids in a mother's breast milk, and probably causes the kid to want to eat again. Now that we know how cannabinoids work on the, everybody gets the munchies. But this is ways that nature's like links it together. And because of that direct pathway, he thinks that as we identify these different, compounds and the combinations of the compounds, it's going to be massive. So he thinks it should have its own little space in the way.
Totally agree. Considering the entire platform model, whatever you want to call it, that exists is just, it exists only because cannabis was removed. That's the whole reason it does exist. So of course cannabis is going to get its own classification. And I'll take that a step further with the phytocannabinoids and the endocannabinoids inside the breast milk, and I'll quote Dr. David Allen, who believes and theorizes that the actual suckling effect, the original munchies, the ability to suckle on a breast, to latch and suckle, is induced by endocannabinoids.
Yeah.
Which is how all life on Earth continues.
Absolutely, and I believe there is really will be a thing as cannabinoid deficiency, just like we had vitamin deficiency and we had other problems that were later, diseases that were later cured by proper nutrition.
Someone asked, who is Todd's cameraman?
Oh, that's hilarious. I didn't know how to turn it off once I realized it was on because we were in the damn chat. It's just logic that it follows your face. So if I smoke weed and I put a big puff of smoke out, it follows the weed.
Well, very cool. I would love to get Ethan Russo in to talk about his ensemble of entourage effect, and then have Dr. Lester Grinspoon come in and be like, okay, look.
You know what all it is? It's the misuse of one word. I don't understand why he calls it entourage. It's just the word entourage is a fucking TV show. It's a group of people around a famous person. It's not an ensemble. It just, it just shows that journalists don't look shit up. Because if anyone had looked it up, they would have went, that word doesn't really fit the first time he'd used it. But people parrot shit more than they research shit. And that's just too bad. But Lester doesn't. Lester's the one doing organic research. So when he brought that up and he said, look at the definitions of the word. Tell me what you think. That's what I tell anybody. Go look up the definition of entourage. Go look up the definition of ensemble. And you tell me what you think cannabinoids working together are better described by.
Man, I can't believe I left here for 40 minutes, drove on a motorcycle down a highway, went to a piano recital, and then shredded back while live broadcasting on the Periscope my motorcycle ride back.
So live. I wanted to give a little shout out for the event that's going to be going on this Thursday evening down in Tacoma at the Patient Cannabis Exchange building. It's going to be a Dr. Ethan Russo cannabis terpenes and the entourage effect. We were just talking about that, so I want to let people know that there's going to be an event down there. He's going to be from 7 to 9 p.m. talking about cannabis terpenes and the entourage effect.
And will he change that word? Because I don't think we can promote it if he doesn't. I'm totally joking. We're going hardcore here. Invite him in, Jeff. Tell Ethan we want him in one day. I mean, I haven't talked to him.
We should invite him in to discuss the definition of the word entourage. I wish I still lived in LA. We could get some of those guys on. That would be hilarious.
I will
have the guys from entourage on when we did it. Would be funnier than shit.
Hey, how did you meet Lester, Todd? Someone's asking. Jake Smith in chat is wondering how you met Dr. Grinspoon.
Honestly, in 1994, Etienne and I were driving together on something called the Cannabis Action Network Tour, and we went to D.C. for something called National Medical Marijuana Day, which was happening in November of 1994. At the same time, the Board of Normal was dissolving and changing, and Keith Stroke was coming back to run things. And Dr. Lester Grinspoon basically took a commanding lead in the board and helped reorganize it. And when he did, I was there, Etienne was there too, and we were having a meeting in the downstairs of a hotel about civil disobedience. And Normal was telling everybody that they didn't want him to get arrested and that they didn't want anybody to commit civil disobedience. Yeah, everybody don't smoke marijuana because we don't have money to bail you out, and this is really a peaceful protest, not a civil disobedience. And I had just showed up with Richard Davis of Mendocino, who had the Traveling Hemp Museum, and we had spent some of the summer harvesting and we basically showed up, and I heard them say this, and I stood up and I was like, hi, my name's Todd McCormick, and anybody who would like to commit civil disobedience is able to come to me because I'll be rolling joints all night long, and we will be giving them out free of charge because I don't think this movement is going to make it anywhere unless we try to desegregate lunch counters and we're willing to put our bodies on the line for what we believe in. So any of you who would like to potentially get arrested with me, you're welcome. I'll be giving out free pot. And Lester and Richard Cowan, and they were all like, what was your name again? And that was literally how he met me. And Lister came up to me and said to me, for his credit, I absolutely agree with you. And you know, and he wanted to talk to me, and I told him I had had cancer as a kid, you know, not once but 10 times, and we started talking about my experience with my mom, and I didn't know the story of Danny then, and he just basically gave me a hug and just was quiet, and I didn't really, you know, you figure things out later in life, you know, but then he took kind of an interest in me, and at the time, that was November of '94, I went and got my medical card from Dr. Trussell, you know, the next month while we were in, that was a year before you came to the Cannabis Cup, but Dr. Trussell was not passing out, it's so different. I had to go to a hospital in Rotterdam and get a real physical overview, and then he looked at my spinal fusion and then wrote me an actual prescription for medical cannabis in November of '94. And when he did that, I went forward and basically started using it and saying, I'm legal because of this card. It's, you know, internationally it makes me legal. You remember the whole spiel. So Lester, I reached out to Lester to ask him his opinion on this, and he thought it was fascinating because he understood that we did have rights internationally about medicine. So he thought that I was onto something, but he was a little like, what are you talking about? So then, fast forward to, you know, me, I debated the DEA, and then I came back with my medicine from Holland. It was when I went to BioFoc in March of '95, and then when it came back, I got raided by the DEA 3 months later at the San Diego Cannabis Compassion Club. But when I did, I was in the middle of Ohio. I got busted with like 30 pounds of weed, all marked not for sale. And when I did, they were going to let me use my medicine in Ohio in jail. You can look this shit up on the internet. And well, the Bryan, Ohio judge basically said that they didn't fall off a turnip truck just yesterday, and if I could get an American doctor to basically vindicate my Dutch physician's prescription, he'd consider letting me use cannabis while I was in his custody. So the next day, Don Wirtschafter got Dr. Lester Grinspoon, Dr. John Morgan, and Dr. Todd McCorea to all write letters to this judge in the middle of Ohio. And then the headline read, inmate to smoke pot at CCNO, and they didn't know what the fuck to do with me. Because now it was legitimate, and the more they looked into it, it was legitimate. And then USA Today ran an editorial about how Todd McCormick left his home to help seriously ill. The only problem is the help he wanted to deliver was illegal. And then they ended their editorial saying, sick people deserve help, not a ticket to jail. So it was really amazing, and that's when all the media started showing up, and Lester was kind of amazed at the way I was conducting myself and dealing with it all, and you know, and that's kind of how he and I just stayed in touch and became better friends over the years, and then Skype has been magic because that gives me time to, you know, sit in the living room with them like we do with you and talk and share time with them that I would never get. So trying to bring them into here to have a few minutes of them, to me it's special. I have a great reverence for our elders, and I think that he is one of my favorites.
Well, I kept after 37 hash churches that Lester came in, and it was like during the time I wasn't here. But I kept it going so that everyone else could have that, because I can go back and watch it, no problem.
Todd, I have a question. Todd, have you tried the Grinspoon strain, and do you know anything about its lineage?
Yeah. Derry of Barney's is the one that did the breeding for that. He was a big fan of Lester's work, and it's a tribute strain, if you will. It's a long-flowering equatorial. You can get it at Barney's Uptown in Amsterdam. It is a loose, spindly, hazy. It has a really clear high. It's nice during the day. It's high THC. It's I really like it. It doesn't look like big bud or anything, but that wasn't the point. It's just, I think.
How long does it take to flower?
I think I've asked Gary this, and it depends on the phenotype, but usually 12, 13 weeks is what he'd say. Give it. It's that long, and the buds it develops are really loose and spindly. They really don't look like, like they're no Neville's haze. They're no NL5 by haze. They're really like they're even more loose and spindly than Cali Mist.
Is it a distinct flavor?
Say that again, Jeff.
Yeah, they're really loose and spindly for sure. I know this guy here, Goat Organics from A Greener Today. He grows that, and it's just like the ultimate hash making material because the buds are not tight at all, but they're nice and frosty. And so it's like for making ice or dry sift, it's really nice. So
yeah, all the resin's really available. There's not a lot of leaves. It's super easy to trim. It's just people as consumers are going to have to start getting used to judging cannabis based on the way it affects them and not how it looks in the baggie. And because that's really the end of the day what it means. And what I kind of like about the oils now is like, this stuff, you don't know what the pot looks like it came from anymore. And now you can have things that are these loose, spindly hazes competing with things that make like the perfect photographic nug, And now people won't be looking at it basically on aesthetics. They'll be looking at it based on effect. And I think they're going to find that some of the stuff that's not as aesthetically pleasing, it has a better effect and is more affectionately pleasing.
Yeah, it's no longer the High Times fashion show, as we call it, the centerfold shot. It's all about effect.
Thank God.
I hear you. And this is the other funny thing. I mean, I'm kind of mixed on competitions because I feel like they don't prove anything. Because realistically, we can all like something a little different. It just doesn't make one thing better, one thing worse.
Listen, contests are for the people who enter into them, so they can tell you that they've won contests, so that they can have all sorts of different cups, so that companies can make mad money off of the contest themselves. Those are a business themselves. What do they charge some of those poor bastards? Like an ounce or 2 ounces of oil to
yeah, no, 20, 30 grams is average. Yeah,
I've
60
heard more.
grams is average.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of getting together and having fun and everyone doing their thing. At the same time, I'm not really big on the contests either. I love the gatherings, and I love the smoking, but I don't need to hold up any one person's hand at the end of the night.
Well, you know what? This is why I've been supportive of these secret sessions that's happening, and I think it'd be cool for you to do it too, because it's the culture that's coming out. It's emerging that we can come together and hang out. It was our positronics. Now they're these secret sessions, and they're finally able to come off their farms and meet each other, and they find out they like each other and they trust each other, and they got a lot in common. It's really quite incredible, and I think it's really cool.
I'm super inspired by it. I've had a few brief emails with one of the dudes, and I love the idea of getting some of the logistics put together in regards to, just a little bit of the methodology of what's behind putting one together. I can pretty much assume what I would do, and it's not too difficult, I'm sure.
I think that what they are, in all honesty, they're the first cannabis social club. That's what they're doing. I mean, that's what I told them they should market themselves as too, because they're doing it. They've got their list. They're putting their parties together. They can do them anywhere, and it's really reminding me of the 20s. What it must have been like when there were underground speakeasies. Because if all the cops bang on the door, everybody's gonna be putting the whiskey away. Closing them cases of wine. What wine? What? I'm drinking it all right now. What?
Instead of a speakeasy, it could be a puff hard.
It really is, though, I'll tell you. You would be proud of how hard there is a puppet, dude. And then it's nice, too, because you go there, bro. It's free water, free food. There's big barrels of water where you just take some. And you know what? That's something you never saw at High Times, but it's necessary when you got someone, when there are people around smoking like that, there should be barrels full of water bottles for people to grab. I think that's a really nice touch. And then the free food is nice, and then they do giveaways. They make all the vendors kick in so that they can give to people, and and I think that's nice too, because maybe I'll never be in fucking line waiting for free shit, but it's really nice for the people that, like, honestly, it's really nice. You know, a lot of people don't cut shit, and that's really nice to see them. You know, it's almost like a little forced, you know, a forced sharing, and I think it's cool. You know what I mean? Because they you know, look, High Times never made all of the vendors kick in a little bit so they could give shit out to the less fortunate at the event. They were just like, thanks for paying us for your booth, have a nice day. And these people are like, hey, we'll lower your booth fee if you give us a little stuff so we can reward the people that come. What a concept.
That's what I want to find out in regards to the costs of the booths and the cost of the tickets. And
well, this is the thing I want to say. They're not, you know, when I sat down with them and helped them brainstorm the other day, two of the people doing it, and dude, they're not doing it to make money. They're like, they're happy to break even because
you have to do it to at least break even though, because it's not like you want to spend $5,000 each time you have a party.
No, you don't want to spend any grand, and this is the beauty in what they're doing. Like, you know, like for instance, the first 60 people that show up pay $60 or whatever, and they get a bag of goodies. So like, and you know, I watched a girl dump out the bag in front of me, dude. There was easily a couple $100s worth of hash in the thing if she had went and bought that stuff. So it was instantly worth that. And that is one of the ways that they buffer it, because they just do that math and then figure out, okay, what's the cost on our rental and our incidentals and everything, and they cover it that way. And then they don't charge the vendors much to vend, like literally $100 or something, because they're part of the show. You know what I mean? Like, they're part of the experience. They're over there set up with tables, with slabs out, with dry melt, with fucking water hash to blow your mind, and they're giving you dabs. They've got their e-nail set up, and you just walk over, and if you like the stuff, you're already a patient because they've checked your California ID. You know what I mean? So now it's just a patient-to-patient interaction happening, and if you want to, you know, compensate them for a gram or more or whatever, it's cool. That's what happens. It's really like the little farmer's market.
You get to
where you get to eat the fruit.
Yeah.
And you get free stuff, and everybody who goes there comes away, you know, either you're able to get high by every table's got samples, and you can purchase.
Everyone's so generous there too, which
Correct.
is really.
And everyone's giving out free stuff the entire time, so everybody comes away feeling like a winner.
Right. It's unbelievable. So yeah, and it's a whole and it only lasts from what 7 o'clock to 11 o'clock. So it's a short little window. It's not even going on late. I think you would be a perfect host for it, honestly, Mark.
Well, I love the idea of doing it and putting it together and, you know, doing it safely and whatnot. And I'm not opposed to making a little bit of money at it either, but at the same time, I'll do it so high-end. Like, where do they put these things on? Do they rent, like, nice homes? Do they rent, like, real sweet apartments? Do they have friends' houses that you're going to? Like,
it's bigger than that, because on average, like last night, they probably had a solid 250 to 300 people there, and you couldn't do that at a home. You know,
what are you talking about?
You know, the problem at that point would be neighborhoods. You know, they try to rent a home from an Airbnb and had an issue. They're using art studios right now. They did it at a photography studio, which is really cool because it's a big space. You can go down. They've been doing it. They found a classic car dealer that allowed them to use their place. So you go in, it looks like a car show, but they have a big outside area with, they use it for an art walk during the weekends that they do, like the city art walks. So it's kind of like these venues are like being brave and saying, you know, let me see what it works out like. And it's really it's honestly like a little hashish nightclub that spots up for fucking 6 hours and then is broken down, cleaned up, and we all go home.
I must have one.
Yes. And the other nice thing is we were talking about being able to buy all the furniture and stuff and making like a plan. So, you know, like if you had, you know, 100 by 100 area, you figure out how many people you could fit in it, fit out all the seats you need, couches you need, and then just have it like a band, you know, have all their guitar and drums and gear, and you could just pull up anywhere, set up your secret sesh, and, you know, tell people where to go 24 hours before. So you could literally go into any warehouse and anywhere. You nightclub, lounge, art studio. It suddenly becomes very flexible.
Yeah.
Well, and you can almost do it in any town because what you're really doing is a list. You know. And there were people in LA, and I use this as a comparison, doing this thing. I think at the time it was called Millennium. It was back in the 90s. And because they were trying to skirt the liquor laws, what they did is they created a private club that would go and rent places that were pretty amazing and outlandish. They would have valet parking, everything inside would be free food, free drinks, free everything, and it would be awesome. But it would go on until the sunrise because it was a free event. They weren't serving alcohol. It was part of the private function. And the way that you became part of that was you unless you were a celebrity, you actually became a member of their club, and then that give you insights to the invitations and everything. So this is where I think you guys could do it too, because as you develop this list, the list is really what, that's the life of the party. And the way they're doing it is through Instagram.
I don't think the list would be very hard from my perspective. I have so many Instagram followers, I doubt many of them are in Vancouver. Our scene is bigger than we think, and right now there's no one in our scene gathering everyone from every group. It's all fractioned into this group and that group. And Vancouver's kind of really hurting for that since they took Mark Emery away. He was a real focal point where we could have our community sort of gather, and then eventually, he had his supporters, and then the people that he pissed off, well, he pissed off so many people that they started starting all these other little fractions of groups. And now I see it more as a fraction in Vancouver. There's nothing really that joins everyone together from all of those little different sort of groups. They all just started their own clubs and their own sort of things. There's 80 plus of them in Vancouver right now.
I think we need more culture. I think the culture is what is changing in this whole frame of it. It's now we're getting brave. We're coming together. It's to me, Mark, it's Amsterdam early '90s for us Americans and North Americans who were so blown to be able to sit down and go, "What's your name? What's your name? Wow, we have a lot in common." We were so afraid before that, and that's what's changing here now.
I agree. It is very much like the mid '90s, but even different because I think it's going to change much faster than it did from like '90. Well, look at Amsterdam now. It seems to have done a reversal. And then while Todd's taking that hit, I want to plead with Laura to please make Sean some mac and cheese. He's begging for some mac and cheese. Let's get this kid some mac and cheese so we can get on with Hash Church here. Come on, Laura, be a sweetheart. Someone in chat asked me to ask his girlfriend that. So, Tony, is Aaron still on his way there? Because he said he couldn't be in Hash Church, and when I asked him why, he just sent me this picture.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, he is. He's en route in a helicopter, so I'm actually in the helicopter landing area.
Oh my God, dude! It's just a funny Hash Church with helicopters and motorcycles and Dr. Lester Grinspoon.
Let's see here. I can't even tell if.
You got your finger over the mic. All right, well, we'll get back to that as he comes in. That'll be kind of funny to watch Aaron come in on the chopper.
That's what I'm trying to do for you guys here.
I think you're doing fine. You did put your finger over your mic for a second so we couldn't hear you, but we could still see everything perfect.
I just don't know what you actually see.
All right, so for Buddy, we'll make it a vegan cheese, considering he's not stoked.
Tony, we can see it now.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
There it is. Tumbleweeds or what?
No, I don't know what you can see, but there's basically he'll be able to land out here. I heard it for a little bit. I think he got lost. I might have to shoot some flares off.
You think that they got lost? They were flying around. They probably found a big crop that they wanted to go check out.
No. He said it's kind of sketchy to land inside someone's crop. Let's see here. My dog is not having it. She is hot. It's like 100 degrees out here today. See her running?
Yep.
Holy. Hey. Your buddy Aaron's coming. Yeah. Everything will be kosher once he gets here. Let's see here. So there was one thing I wanted to add when Horatio was asking me those questions from online, was everything's new and we're taking it step by step. And we actually have a tracking system that's similar to Colorado for the collective here that was installed. It's called AgriSoft, and it tracks plants, batches. Anytime things would come in, you could have different, if product came in, it would be able to go to different types of processing. So if we were doing flour, rosin, hash rosin, or if we were just keefing things to get it into a tumbler and creating rosin, there's going to be a lot of that, a lot of SHO that we're going to do here. So it's going to be quite a big spot. I don't know if you could see all this. See this other front place up here? You guys see that?
Yes.
Okay.
My mic was muted. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. So we're trying to look at like maybe this one being the collective, and then this one over here being kind of like a patient's club, just kind of like a spot where you could actually. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how far this will go, but ideally, I would love to see this be like a kind of like a smoker's lounge or a club or patient's lounge or something like that. So you could actually purchase medicine there, and then everybody could actually hang out in the other building, which we don't have really anywhere. Like a legal spot. Kind of like your secret sessions, but I guess it would be a tribal session.
Can they use tribal land? Can we have cannabis events on tribal land now? That would be the next question I immediately have, looking at this.
The question is, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. We could. I mean, there's as long as you. Yeah. No, I think we could do that. I don't see why not. Everything I've asked and presented seems to be okay. But like, Etu was saying, you don't want to rock the boat per se right off the beginning, and we want to do, they want to do everything above board. So, there's different phases to this project. The first phase with the collective in Pinoleville and Foxbury was getting the cultivation going, and then getting the processing center going. But I have like 12 tables for making rosin. And I've been trying to build this whole thing out. Let's see here. I don't know what you guys can see. I guess I'll just follow this little camera. Come on, Ollie. We're going to do the same thing. There's going to be a man trap. Then there's going to be a room where a little meet and greet room where you get things checked in. Everything gets batched, tagged, has its own number, goes into a storage facility and gets processed for different things. This will be a lounge on site. This will get finished out, so you'll be able to exit through this area into this parking lot. Everything's got a lot of parking. There'll be a counter over here and a bar, so you'll be able to actually process product and then sample it. Then the employees themselves will actually have a spot to actually sample it. We'll probably put rigs up in there. And then I got this will have tons of tables. There'll be water hash and rosin and freezers. It's pretty big spaces. Just been building out. I have a security room, inventory check room. Like the standards that you need for accountability. This room I'm building out. So this will have more freezers, ice machines. So we'll do dry and water, and then this is getting all demoed for another hash lab. So this is all water. So when I talk about hash, I'm talking about water. So this will all be demoed with sinks, wash machines. Already put the outlets up for the washing machines. Put washing machines throughout here, and then we run out of space, we go that direction. We go all the way down here. I'm not really fucking around. It's kind of a far distance. But it is on tribal land. It's on trust, so I think that you know, you got to be able to make. And the next move is I'm trying to make SHO prana. So we'd have a solventless hash oil right into the prana instead of the subcritical CO2, because right now that's what that is. Subcritical CO2 is the prana hash.
Are you thinking like me, Tony, for commercial rosin production, we'll make hash first and then squeeze the rosin out of the hash?
Yeah, so actually what I was thinking was that's actually what my focus has been is, all right, so if you're sitting on a couple 100 pounds of smalls and you want to convert that into, you know, essentially get paid on that, you know, what we would do is look at that material, test the material, just like any center would test their starting material. We'd get some test runs. We do a batch sample and see if pressing it out is worth it. So if like you've got good buds, then then you've got a good yield. You know, so if it's freshly cured buds and they're heads, then you'd have a really good yield, and we'd probably just do flower rosin. Now, if we needed to use a big tumbler and we needed to I understand. He never does. And if you needed to, if we were going to use a big tumbler, I thought about this too, just taking the big tumblers and then breaking down the product that way, because it's kind of already keefing it, and then we could make rosin from the keef. So I think there'll be a combination of, you know, tumbling, a combination of dry material, and then, you know, it's starting, some people are already starting to harvest and stuff, so we'll do fresh frozen runs too. I'm going to have 6 freezers or 7 freezers to get started.
Serious freezers.
Yeah, there's all kinds of different toys going on in here too. But, you know, we'll see, man. Like, we'll just see. You know, it's kind of like the field of dreams. Build it first and see what happens. I mean, we're not doing anything crazy in here. We're just trying to.
Crazy.
It's actually. Huh?
I said crazy could happen when the engineers start watching the hash makers and they develop industrial-sized stainless steel commercial chiller, ice maker mixers that also separate through multiple screen sizes. I think that it could get pretty crazy.
It could get pretty crazy, but I mean, like, as far as, like, you know, when people think about processing, we're not doing anything too over the board like crazy. We're just literally, if you look at the concept of grapes, you know, so if you have a farm and you're growing grapes, you crush grapes. So that's what they're doing. They're literally crushing trichome-sized heads. Same thing here. We're just trying to get to the grape and trying to crush them, and then we're going to take that and process that into different products. It's kind of fitting for California, if you will. And I'm going to have a serious, I guess I could tell you this, I hadn't really told anybody, but the final terp extraction unit that I've concluded with, as far as the name, and I'll talk to Horatio about it a little more, is the VO2 extraction. So VO2 extraction is what I'm calling it. And I'm able to extract in increments starting as low as 40 degrees, as low as 1 psi, and work up the psi, and then work up the temperature in increments digitally with a, you know, you guys were talking about steam distillation, and steam distillation was the first thing that anyone gets into, the microwave and all that stuff. Everything you're doing with that is you're converting those terpenes, and you're boiling, and you're going past 190 degrees to 220 degrees. Anything past 140 degrees is changing that terpene profile. So that's not really going to ultimately be what you're trying to get. And so then there's what's called live steam distillation, where you're not boiling through or pushing the heat through the actual plant, but instead putting the steam into a chamber, and that is under pressure. And now what I'm developing and what it's going to eventually, ultimately be called is VO2. So the VO2 extraction, where it's utilizing the molecule of water in its vapor form, but sustaining it in its still oxygen form. So you're not heating it up. You're keeping it suspended in pressure, if you will, as low as 40 degrees. So it's 40, 41, 42. You can dial it up, and you can change the PSI on the whole machine, and you could pull those extractions exactly keyed in. So if you had something that was like a banana, and you wanted to focus on the banana part, at some point I'm going to be able to dial in that range and be able to extract just the banana from the actual plant, So there'll be more. I'll explain more of that in the future, but that's what I finally settled on. So I feel pretty confident that after I get this done, the data that we're going to be generating will be very key, and we'll finally get down to the real deal terps and the essentials of the plant.
That sounds unbelievable, man. I love it. Forward motion.
So this will be terp extraction and SHO processing.
Tony, you're awesome.
Well, how long is it going to take for us to get in front of a really big whiteboard and draw a ton of arrows to a bunch of boxes that represent departments?
Pretty damn soon, bro. I go back on Tuesday to Colorado. Then I got to work on Blue River stuff for a week. And then I come back out here. And then literally today, we're going to be finishing up some of the construction. And we're taking this in phases. Instead of trying to do everything huge, it's just get the first system done, get the security in place, get the software in place, get the actual lab up. It's going to be terpene extraction, Prana lab, and SHO. Dry sift. We'll have an area for dry sift. I've got to install a AC system, so I'm going to try to put 5 tons, so we keep everything really cold, and then just work in sections, and then let's say 30 days, less than 30 days, we could all be sitting in this room on a blackboard. For sure.
All right, because I'm all about optimizing those yields. Because, I mean, that's what I thought about it. There's a difference between, I guess, when you're processing your own and then when things are coming in from different processors and you start to have to analyze what it's going to be best for, and you're going to look at something and go, I can't get any terpenes out of this, I'll ruin it. I've got to work with what already exists, where other things, it's like, oh my God, this has so much that we've got to put it through the fractioning process. It's worth it. That's kind of why I'm very interested in intake and how things get broken down and which stuff gets frozen versus when people bring in dry material and all those little dynamics that you try to get the best out of everything.
Yeah, no, I agree. And that's what I started with. So obviously if somebody's got a year-old stuff, it's probably best to just do a flower rosin, and get it down to that first. If somebody's got something that's super frosty, that's fresh bud, then we could probably use that. And we're building our own type of machines right now. So Ernie's dad's actually a machinist, and so, like Bubbleman said, there'll be all kinds of different people inventing stuff. But ultimately, you've got to get it to where pressure is the key, and so it's going to be more like a pressurized piston that has some slight heat inside the chamber, and so that piston will just crush down pneumatically on it, and everything has to be machine welded in and of stainless steel grade and stuff like that, so that ultimately will be a machine that we can rely on as an extractor. But for now, the modified t-shirt press with the clamps are good. We're getting good yields out of that, enough to compete with other extraction, and I've kind of got a grid of where that's going to go, whether it's old, dry, fresh. We're also developing a new 50-gallon drum that's for on-site. That would be a nitrogen release that would actually, once you put the material in there, it would keep it cold, so you could actually take it to another site, kind of like a large cooler, if you will, but it's done with nitrogen. So trying to develop different ways of thinking about bringing down large-scale outdoor into a fresh frozen state, so we'll be able to utilize it. We'll be able to utilize it in the same capacity as we would if we were doing it indoor, you know?
Is that nitrogen cooling system, like I converted over to a CO2 pipe freezing unit so that I could portably strap a sheet of dry ice around pretty much any object. It works in the plumbing industry, but I also saw on the higher level, I can't afford, the nitrogen clamp system. So you could literally package things live into tubes, pump them through the clamps, and then feed them into the freezer so that everything is getting a flash treatment, but you have stations. Instead of actually having to freeze large volumes, you can flash it through pretty much cylinders.
Yep, exactly what I'm talking about. And those cylinders, I was trying to make 50 gallons.
Nice. That sounds about right.
Well, I mean, these plants are, you know, you got to deal with a lot of stuff here. So if not, I mean, that's the same concept. I do like the CO2 and dry ice as well. But like I said, those are like, you know, we've got a couple different seasons. We've got a little bit of time because most people aren't going to harvest till October. So, you know, you'll have that phase. But I wonder where Aaron's at. Let's see where Aaron is at.
Flying around on a helicopter?
Well, if he was you, he'd have the chopper cam, but he's working his way up just being in the chopper.
He just sent me another chopper picture. You want me to show you where he is?
Tell him that I'm on standby. I think I hear him.
I got the dirty blueberry finger.
Oh, hold on, dog is. Hey, Will.
Someone queue up the Flight of the Baskervilles for when he starts flying in.
Dude, listen, when he flies in, I'm going to be, like, seriously smiling because it's just going to be too hilarious.
Got kicked off the reservation and basically felt...
Oh, a nice long hash church today. I think we've already rocked 4+ hours. I started at 8 o'clock. I did hash church by myself for the first, like, 15, 20 minutes today. It was just me doing a solo show, trying not to sink the ship. I almost hit some rocks a few times, but it all worked out. There was no one there to boo me. I actually had 0 viewers for like the first 5 minutes before it jumped to like 36, and I was like, okay. Phew. Man, don't be changing the time on Hash Church. People don't like that shit. Please post more vids like you used to. I don't know what that means. I really don't. Sure, contact me via Bubblebag's website, or just contact me at my email, bubbleman@bubblebag.com. That's easy. Are we all froze up or no? You guys are still here? Good, excellent.
I think I'm going to bounce, so I'm going to go do other stuff. But it's been so nice, dude. I'm glad we had Lester on, and we should try to, we should have him on again.
Yes, please do. I mean, honestly, he's welcome any time.
No, well, we almost had him. You know, he has a problem with the Bluetooth thing linking up sometimes when we Skype. So we'll try to, maybe we'll get him in a group chat that we don't televise, and we'll figure it out. But it worked okay.
Absolutely. Well, I look forward to going back and watching.
I think that's a good thing. I think, you know, man, you of all people, Mark, should make a list of the people and start, you know, almost gathering these conversations, because you're the only one that's really archiving them and putting them out in a cool way. I mean, Casper Lease did it with Time for Hemp for a long time. Still does it, but it's radio. And this is a little different, you know. And I think people would be responsive to you. You have a great platform, and you're very polite, and, you'd be a great interviewer. You know, be the Larry King of our cannabis industry, buddy.
Well, I think I would do only so well if I had you as the producer.
What? You know, I'll hang out, carry your books anytime. So, what's up? Where's the D-nail? Your stash and your D-nail, I will totally look after anywhere we go. What else do I gotta do? You're pretty good with the camera. I mean, really, you're self-contained as fuck. So I don't know what I can add to. Mark was great at the museum. You had everything. If we just had fast internet, it would have rocked. You know, if we could have blanketed that place with Wi-Fi.
We definitely rolled heavy into that building.
Yeah, you know, and then just like took over a room, set up, instant studio. I laughed. I thought it was so funny. You know, and the only thing that couldn't hang was the data transfer rate.
Yeah, well, the funny one was the tables as well, because we all had so much shit, and then the tables were like a little bit bigger than a dinner plate.
Yeah, for tea.
And we're like, we just need like 12 more of these tables.
Yeah, ransacked the whole museum.
And people still going through the museum while we were doing it, looking at us like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, we became one of the. We were in the culture room though, so we became a little culture display. Look, actual stoners doing an actual YouTube show. Oh, interesting, dear.
They started to ask for hits too.
Well, that's the real deal.
That was a lot of fun. We got to do that again too.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, my God, I hope every year that we go.
Yeah, I say Bar. I vote Bar. I vote yeah. I asked them if they would get a booth next year and do like bus rides from Cannabis to the museum during the day. You know, just back and forth, back and forth.
Right.
Be great. Why not?
Listen, we were literally the Marina Abramovic of the living art cannabis world. You know that chick that does all the weird like live. She goes into art galleries and does weird live shows. That's what we were, a living cannabis show at the Cannabis and Hemp and Marijuana Museum.
We're a high exhibit.
Yeah, we were a high exhibit, complete with trip cords. No, that was good times, man. Well, I think this is great. I love that you're doing it, and I'm gonna go back and show Lester the link. Hopefully, he likes it too. I mean, it's neat to expose some of the old cool cats, and this would be neat to do. You know.
Wow. Listen, anytime we can have Lester come and share stories and information, we are more than happy to have him.
Well, then we shall ask him again, and I think we should ask others too. Why not? You know. Have fun.
Well, I love the idea of, I've mentioned it a few times, the people that come in, you know, try to find some people. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about, extending the smack your mic. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my bloody mic. I'm sorry, guys. It's a brand new camera, and it's a tiny little thing. I'm not sure why it's not working. I'll go buy a new one today.
Which camera do you have?
It's a Logitech microphone with the Carl Zeiss lens.
Yeah, is it the C920 or whatever?
Yeah, maybe.
You get a little feedback. What it is, it's on your mic. You get a little bit of feedback that goes granular.
We're using the same one.
And is it because someone isn't muted? Like if everyone was muted?
No, try plugging and replugging it in again. It may just need a reseat.
Okay.
Well, you sound like I used to before I plugged out my PC speakers entirely from the magnetism. Because I have the same Logitech.
Did you have the C920 as well, Periscope?
Yeah, but I'm over Wi-Fi. That's my picture trouble.
So
What
Aaron's
color
supposed to.
is the light in your room?
Tony, get to the chopper.
It looks like you're sitting on the straight yellow hue lights or something.
Well, yeah, no, I've graded my picture, or else it would be a green wall in the background.
Follow ya. Okay.
Is my mic still doing it?
No. Talk some more.
Hello, I'm talking some more. This is Bubbleman, Hash Church episode 37.
Much better.
It stopped with the static.
Let's just have a bowl on that note that my mic's not being a little bitch anymore.
Cheers.
Oh, there's a giant slab of rosin on my desk.
I'd like to give a shout out to Athena. She's the one who said reseat that.
Shout out to Athena.
Well, I want to give a shout out to the song Althea. Just because you said Athena, it reminded me of that song. Grateful Dead.
Hey, Bubbleman, do you have any new products coming down the pike?
Do I have any new products coming down the pipe? You know, I very well may have a new product or a variety or a line of products coming down the line. But nothing that has been announced as of yet. Will there be some Bubbleman products coming out soon? Potentially. For now, I'll continue on with my YouTube platform and the Hash Church, awaiting the Jamaican project to take off, waiting for them to finalize permits or licenses or whatever they're going to call it, and also waiting to get other projects going, to get to start joining the team and make some waves. Why don't I post as many videos? It's a lot of work. I have probably 5 or 6 videos right now on my computer that I need to edit, 200 gigs worth. And my Final Cut Pro just shit the bed the other night, so I got to kind of get rid of it because it just will not, absolutely, no matter what I do, extract the file or share the file. If I want to extract the movie that I've edited, which the last one I did was a big long hour-plus one with Chris Bennett on Final Cut Pro, because the last few I've done have been on iMovie. It's a bit of a bummer. Sometimes it happens that way.
It won't export the video, or it won't, like, what's the error?
There's no error. You go to share it, and usually you'd click the share button on the file, and then a box would open up, and it would give you your options. That box will not open up. Instead, it skips that part, and it goes right to the little wheel that shows that it's rendering, and it's like 3%, 8%, climbing way too hard. And if I leave it, it'll just continue to render and over and over and over, and it never is doing anything.
Did you change anything in the preference that like makes it auto try to dump to a default place that doesn't exist?
No, it's just done this before. Both of these programs have done it before to me. I'll have to delete Final Cut Pro off my computer. Then I'll reinstall it onto my computer, and it'll just work. Ever been to Oregon? Yeah, I have been to Oregon. Absolutely. I surely have. When will CRD start cultivating in Jamaica? The second we get a license, CRD will start cultivating in Jamaica. Maybe, yeah, I'd say unless we do some cultivating with the University of West Indies. You know, right now, first things first for CRD and UCAN in Jamaica is trials, efficacy and safety trials at the university. So that's the project that's in the works, and hopefully the other projects will pick up as soon as we're able to. No, I met Jason Lee and Marble Slinger. Was that in Oregon? No, that was in Washington. I met them in Washington. I wonder. Yeah, but then I went to Portland with them. Or was Portland first? It's hard to remember these damn fish shows from 20 years ago. Good old fish. Can't wait till they come to Vancouver again. Is Sick really worth it? Absolutely, 100%. Sick is really worth it. I'm sure that they could just give a money-back guarantee that if people said it wasn't worth it, they could. You get a taste out of your resin that you've never tasted before. How about that? Is that worth it? Of course it's worth it. Everyone wants to taste, that flavor, that thing that Horatio's talking about, terpenes that have evaporated out of your bud. It's nice when you can get these, what I call the Sick, the silicon carbide nail. I feel that it's a more preserved rip. Yes, Portland, Oregon. No, but when I met Slinger, it was in Washington because we were on our way to the Gorge in George, Washington. Anyway, trying to figure it out. Would anyone buy an industrial rosin press if I make it? I'm sure that they will. People are already making them and selling them. So I don't know if I'm coming on a boat cruise on Friday. I didn't really hear about anything like that. Sometimes those guys call me and sometimes they don't. Oh, do extraterrestrial aliens exist in your opinion? Well, I think we might be the aliens. Not to get too heavy on you.
Whoa. We're eating the earthlings. Those are the animals? That's pretty trippy.
I think we might be a genetic library that is being preserved here on Earth, much like a petri dish.
When do they return the library book?
Yeah, it's like, where is it, like, what's it for? Like, this is like, it's like Earth. Mother Earth is like the mother plant of all genetics. And it's like, yeah, we're just here on this little orb. Do I believe in Bigfoot? These motherfuckers are going maniacs. I've seen some people with some pretty big fucking feet.
So do you think they put us here or bred with humans so that we could make better weed for them?
There you go. Am I going to the Great Canadian Glass Gathering? I don't know. I've never met.
What are you guys smoking?
I don't know if I'll be at the Push Cup either. I feel terrible. Like, I feel like I'm not supporting all these important things I should be supporting. But man, I only have so much time between all this, all these things in my family. I'm still waiting for the helicopter to come in. It's a far ride. Oh, they just flew over Santa Cruz. Oh shit, Don's in there. Who else is in there with them? There we go. There's a good hash church picture. They just flew over Santa Cruz.
Wow.
Let's see if I can get that to be not so bright. No, I guess not. Oh, there it went. Right at the end, huh? Nope. Gotta make it brighter in there. The boys on the heli. What about China fab eggs? Well, I mean, geez, for $3, I can't imagine what the quality is like. I haven't gotten one myself. Should I get a China fab egg and do a review on my channel while it disintegrates into powder and I inhale the glass into my lungs? Oh yeah, there we go. I was doing a little bit of reverberating through Etienne's mic. Good. See, Todd's a producer. He's producing like right now.
I did that.
Oh, well then Etienne's a producer. He's also producing. What are we saying? Would Wernard from Mellow Yellow be hard to get on the show, Bubbleman? You know, that's a good idea.
We could do that. We could get Wernard. Who would people want to have on? Give us a list of people you want to see.
And
I
you know,
have a lot of names. Why?
The best way to do that is go join the damn Hash Church group on Facebook and
make suggestions.
Make a list. Let's make a list of who we want to see on Hash Church. I've seen people keep bugging me to bring this kid Brett Maverick on. I've had people ask me to bring Joe Rogan on. I've had people ask to bring Ethan Russo on. People want Skunkman Sam, but he's not super eager to come on. I know I invited Jigga and Flux. They're not really camera friendly either, but I thought if we could get a camera to them somewhere in San Francisco, I think they're in San Francisco, with a camera, a computer, it could easily be someone else in the room that's on camera and have them off camera being able to tell their story. I'm ready to give the platform to anyone that people feel of value, anyone that can come on and share. Yeah, there's someone asking for Alan Dronkers. There's some people asking for Terrence McKenna's Ghost. DJ Short, I invited him. I've invited Hillary Black from the BC Compassion Club, Breeder Steve, Dr. Robert Melamede, Dr. David Allen. Jim Frere got invited again this week. I'd love for these people to come on. I know that it takes a lot of time and sometimes it's not easy. Yeah, Ed Rosenthal. A lot of people that you guys are asking for are well within reason to get in. Subcool.
Pretty much know everybody or within 1 degree of separation to access them.
Yeah, Reinhardt. How cool would that be to do a full water extraction hash church and get the Skunkman to come in, even off camera, to talk about his thing, try to track down Neville, see if he wants to have a word to say in it. You know, Mila can have a say in it. Reinhardt can have a say in it. Myself. That'd be pretty cool.
You haven't had Mila on here yet?
No, I've never had Mila on. Mila and I aren't really what you would call the best of friends. We are now, years and years later, after a decade, I would say that we are polite to one another.
You two did great at the museum. I thought you did very well, you two.
There you go. See, we're not trying to make people feel uncomfortable and make our beef other people's beefs. So yeah, other people are asking for a Kabaka Pyramid, John 9, Richie Spice. We could get Richie Spice and probably Kabaka. I don't know John 9's crew too well. Naked T, we've invited him in. I think he's come in before. Cuban Grower gets invited in every week. Shanti Baba, I don't know if he'd come in, but of course Shanti and Howard would always be welcome, or the CBD crew there from in Spain. You know, Lady Liz. Woody Harrelson. Haven't heard from Woody in years. Someone was asking me the other day when the last time I heard from Woody was, and truly, it must have been close to 10 years ago. He called me and he was in Whistler, and it was like Flea's birthday or someone in Flea's family, and he said, hey, let's get together and blah, 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 and that was really the last time I heard from Woody. I don't know what he's up to. Making movies, I guess, acting and being in plays. I think he was doing some live theater while there. You ever talk to Woody, Todd?
He had a daughter 10 years ago, right around that time in South Italy. It's his third daughter, and he and the family started spending all the time over in Maui where they live. And then on top of that, he started getting a lot of work again, and he started kind of going mainstream, if you will. His career picked up again. When I was in prison, he was telling me he was going to retire, and I was like, what, are you crazy? Why? Just do what you want. How about that instead? And then, you know, suddenly the phone started calling all the time again, and he went back to, like, enjoying acting. So I'm thrilled for him, honestly. It's like a resurgence in his life. It's beautiful.
Yeah, good for him. That's great. I wouldn't leave Maui either if I was just able to spend as much time there. I think for a while he did a play in Toronto, and he had some other Canadian gig that he was doing that was bringing him by this way. And I guess Whistler's just, you know, a great place to spend a month in the winter if you can, anyway.
Well, you know, I would say what happens is he goes away, you know, when he does real big projects, he goes away for months sometimes, and then when he comes off that, it's just home to decompress, see his kids, and then the girls are growing so fast, and, you know, that's his biggest, you know, that's anything in the world that means the most to him, it's his family.
People are still naming off people: Snoop Dogg, Joey Diaz, Bushy Older Grower, Marijuana Man. Breeder Steve, I've invited. He doesn't have anything to share. He feels that he needs something to share. And I'm like, dude, you're Breeder Steve. You have plenty to share. Just come on in, enter the room, and share some stories. Your shit is always epic. So Jorge has never been on here. I don't have connections with everyone, believe it or not. I know everyone for sure, but I don't have connections. I don't have like, oh, I can just call Jorge up and say, hey, come to Hash Church. It would be more someone that was like close with George that could invite him.
George, do it. Have you guys seen his latest? Mark, can I hold it up?
Someone asked me today about his latest. I do know George.
This is the latest
yes.
book, everybody. This is the Cannabis Encyclopedia. In it, you'll see a shitload of my photos, but not properly marked. But like in the hash section, that's my photo of various types of hashish made by Kenny of Trichrome Technologies, and it's a really interesting book. I mean, there's a lot of information in there. He spent years putting this together. It's pricey. It's $50, but it's so far I've been looking at it. I mean, there's a lot of information there, and I think it's pretty cool. I'd recommend it.
Well, I'll start having to make this list and putting some feelers out there. It's, you know, it's not much time for a week You know, and Sunday ends, and then it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and all of a sudden it's like, ooh, Hash Church is coming up right away, and you try to get in touch with people, and sometimes they're in a different time zone, 12, 13 hours difference, and it can take a few days. It would help if everyone was on it for sure, bringing good people to Hash Church and just making it that much better for the people watching and enjoying. I don't know Martha Stewart. I don't think she'd come on Hash Church.
Hey, Mark, did you see my question in the little in our little internal chat?
Let me check real quick. In this Google chat or on my phone? Oh, what? You didn't know that? Now you're on mute.
Is that SKunkman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then enough said. Thank you. I'm done.
Yes, sir. Howard's not feeling too good. I would love to have Howard on, but I think he's feeling quite down these days. I'm not sure. Same with Subcool. I heard was also feeling very bad. David Malmo Levine, I could get on. Any of the Vancouver activists that you want to hear from, I could absolutely get on. In fact, I told David Malmo Levine about a week or two ago, right after his Stressed and Depressed had someone drive a car through the front window and jack a bunch of his shit. I'm not sure if you guys heard this, but the cops ended up coming back and giving him back some hash and, I don't know, edibles and pipes or whatnot, things that got stolen after the guy got caught. Wanted to bring him in here and talk about that. I love his new content. Dave's always on it for concepts of ways of coming at selling herb. And so back in the 90s, Dave was selling herb under the Hempology, and then he did, what was his other thing? Was it Hempology? What, Mr. Cookie might, well, no, Mr. Cookie wasn't
Was it the Herb School? Because I went to the Herb School.
Yeah, it was the Herb School, exactly. It was the original Herb School, like in the basement on Commercial Drive or something. Somewhere around there.
I went to the one on Hastings that you had to answer a cannabis history fact to get in.
Yeah,
you
this
would
was
have to go for a tour of his museum for an hour, and then you would be able to then purchase. So most people didn't want to go on the tour, he would say.
Yeah, I've invited Mark Emery as well. I definitely, you know, he's so busy, and I just don't like to. So many people are, you know, want his attention since he got out of jail, even still, and I've just kind of given him his space. But sometimes in the next little while, I'll invite Mark on to come talk about, you know, life after prison, life after getting busted for selling seeds. You know, fuck, doing 5 years for selling seeds, man. That's something. Well, I know Stoner Video Game. It's not just that, to be honest. There's more of a history than just the fact that Mila and I are competition, but I, of course, would invite Mila on. I'm not a big... I don't really use Hash Church to further my own agenda. I'm happy to just show, you know, show the best of the community and show people information that they can learn from and be inspired from. And that's what we're trying to do. And it's not always easy every week, but we try to put it together for you guys. And I think we did a pretty good job. I'm actually excited to close it down here soon because I'm going to go back and watch the Lester Grinspoon portion of Hash Church today. After maybe another dab or two. Everyone's muted. I'm going to mute myself and see how I'm going to silence for the people in prison for cannabis right now.
Hey, Mark. Can you hear me?
I surely can.
Have you ever seen this Sadhu Sam's resin separating technique?
Of course.
You get the one where he talks about Neville?
Yes. Oh wait. Which thing are you talking about?
It's a fax from 1994.
Oh, that Ed Rosenthal had.
That's who the I is. When I was in Holland last time, Sadhu Sam asked me to send high times. Timers this communication. Greetings from Sadhu Sam. Have you seen that?
I've seen it.
And it has the breakdown of how to do it. Equipment needed, blender, spoon and coffee filters.
Yep.
But this is then Sam saying he's thanking Neville.
Sam was told, this is the history that I told Jason King that I think he put in one of the Canna Bibles.
Do you want me to read you this paragraph? It's only one paragraph.
Always given Neville. When was the first time you released this information? It was in 1988 in a November issue of High Times, and it was the Sadhu Sam secret. Only 10 of the instructionals sold. But when I asked him who told you, he said, Neville told me that an unknown American told him about the density of resin being affected by gravity in water. And this was way before the 90s or anything anyone wants to claim that this was in the 80s. And all it was information. So it really wasn't, you know, that information was as important as all the steps. But no one can really, you know, Reinhardt had his machine, and he showed that machine to Mila, and they were going to do business. I can't talk upon that. If Mila wants to one day, she can come in here and talk about that. I've only been told by Reinhardt that he went in 1997 to the Cannabis Cup. He showed the machine to Mila. Mark Rose and Eldon were on the couch. Eldon looked at the machine and said, after Reinhardt left, 2 nylon bags with screen bottoms and a 5-gallon bucket, and you've got the same thing. Mark Rose named it right there, Isolator. He came up with the name, the first bags, and designed them. So that's how that happened. That's how that history came from bags. Before that, it was the only thing that happened before Reinhardt in '97 was Sadhu Sam's 1988 article. That's the only publication. Now, people can claim that they were doing it and whatnot, but they don't have videos or pictures or anything publicly available to the rest of us to prove that that's the truth. The truth is that they did put an ad in High Times in 1988. That's true. That's not hearsay. Now, the Neville part of the story comes from Skunkman Sam, so you would have to, and from Neville agrees as well that he said that, yeah, I knew about resin being heavy. They did it in a jar. They were never impressed with it. You have to imagine Skunkman Sam was making 99% dry sift back then. I don't think wet resin really impressed him at all. I think it was kind of a cool thing for a day. Hey, let's put this in High Times. It'll be funny. We'll be another part of the history. But it really wasn't until Reinhardt, 10 plus years next level, and before he released that machine, he patented it. Now, he patented it not based on the Sadhu Sam extraction or Neville or any unknown American. For all we know, the unknown American was actually a Swiss guy named Reinhardt who lives in California. We don't know. We just know that Reinhardt was smart enough to patent his process, the modality and the machine before he showed it. So all the water extraction, lawsuits, they began after, because Mila came out with bags. I wanted to sell the bags. I went to Mila. I said I want to sell bags in Canada. We didn't really get along, apparently, because she didn't want to sell me bags. I went back to Canada feeling like I failed. My wife said, I'll sew bags, but why can't we sew bags? Like, it's not like it's brain surgery. So my wife sewed all the original bubble bags right here in my neighborhood, almost 20 years ago. And that's a part of the history that water hash really blew up, not with isolator bags, not with Reinhardt's XXX extractor, not with Sadhu Sam's water extraction secret, and certainly not with Neville or the unknown American. It blew up with bubble bags. That's where the shit. I was on the computer, overgrow, the timing of digital cameras. It was lucky. I don't claim that it was me doing it. It was my timing. I got lucky. The step in the ladder that I happened to be on just happened to be the one where
all of a sudden the Overgrow was available to people. And Breeder Steve told me one day, hey, why don't you come on to Overgrow? This was in March of 1999, the day that I basically started my bubble bag company. And I went on to Overgrow, registered the name Bubbleman, and bubble bags, you know, they blew up in that first 5 to 6 years. And with guys like Nicotee and Matt Rise and other smaller bag companies that came before those guys, like Bubble Sacks in the UK, and all, Payload Bags, Jason from British Columbia, a lot of different people came up with bags and started pushing water hash. Back then, I remember it specifically, it was like the birth of BHO or the birth of rosin. It was this new thing that nobody knew how to do, and before bubble bags came out, because butane wasn't a thing, very few people had access to resin of that quality. And to make that available to anyone and everyone, like just what I would call Joe Blow, basically, or Joe Schmo for that matter, because I sold him bags back in the day, and holy shit, if that guy didn't just produce what I would say was some of the nicest hash that you could produce. And to be able to give that power to someone through the sale of a simple product, to be able to just be like, here you go, here's the keys to the kingdom. You now have access to 99% gland heads. Now, sure, it's not perfect. It's extracting water-soluble terpenes, but for back then, at that time, that shit blew up. It really did. It was an amazing time to be a part of, and isolator bags were a part of it, and bubble bags were a part of it, and so were Payload and Bubble Sacks, and you know, all the variety of bags that came after that. There's probably 100 different bag companies out there right now selling water extraction bags, and there's only 4 of us that have paid Reinhardt the dues for our entire existence of our companies, and we've paid for that patent that he was smart enough to take. And I hate to say that I fought the guy in court for, you know, years, because I just felt like he was attacking me for no good reason, and I was just a part of this thing. But he attacked me because I was the one who was making the biggest wave, and I had the biggest audience of people that were watching. And after talking to the guy, I just felt like, wow, you know, like if I was just here and my grandmother was moderating this discussion, she would say to me, hey, you know, it sounds like that guy got done wrong and that you might want to pay some dues there. Because it really was, you know, and I felt like I paid dues to Mark Rose, who also named and manufactured the first isolator bags, because he's my manufacturer now. He left Mila after they had poor business dealings, and we've been in business ever since for probably, you know, 12 to 15 years. So props to Mark Rose. He's been an incredible manufacturer. And props to Eldon, really, dude. Like, you know, RIP, he's not with us anymore. He's passed away. But that fucking guy, he was such an important factor. And, you know, it's unfortunate because, you know, that he didn't really get, you know, aside from a couple of times I gave him a ticket. I bought him a ticket. He was one of the few people that would get a free ticket to the Legends of Hash dinner, because I felt like Eldon really deserved to be there and was a big part of things. You know, in those years there was water hash galore at the coffee shops, and you just got to think like, wow, like that all happened because, and it's who's to say it wouldn't have happened with just the machine, but I don't think so. I think things happen specifically for a reason, and I'm glad it came around full circle. I'm glad I met Reinhardt. I'm glad I did right by Reinhardt. He's a very kind man. If you talk to him, you understand right away. He's not out to take advantage or do people wrong. He's really just a businessman who went about operating within a model, the patent system, and that's how his business runs. So imagine how he's felt for 15 plus years when everyone just takes, hey, you guys want to chime in, Tony? I don't mind being interrupted at all.
I was just going to say Chris showed up from the Clear, and Aaron's on just passing San Francisco in the helicopter, so it's probably going to take a little bit of time.
All right, well, no worries.
So,
a little bit.
I'll film it when he lands, but I'm gonna take off right now. I apologize. I thought he was going to be a little bit sooner, but
yeah, he said he was just over Santa Cruz about 20 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago. So yeah. I'm all excited to have a Water Hash Church episode one day. I'd love to get the Trichome Heavy Extract boys in.
We'll get the Brain Taffy boys in. We'll get maybe Reinhardt in. Maybe Mila wants to come talk. Maybe Mark Rose will come share the original story of being on the couch with Eldon. I will definitely share my stories. And, of course, it would be amazing to have Sadhu Sam or Neville access to one of them, because the story really starts with them, and only Neville can tell us from his lips who is the unknown American.
Huh. That'd be good.
I think it would.
Get that.
You know, I think it's something worth doing.
All right, brothers. I will catch up with you later and see you at Hash World, and I'll try to film Aaron with the band.
Peace, Tony.
All right. See you guys.
Thanks for sharing the UCAN project with us. Looking forward to it. Just watching it through, as always, bro. Pun intended.
Okay.
Very cool, man. Well, I'm going to sign off, too. You guys, it's high noon. It's way past high noon. But I'm high at noon, and it's always nice to be high at noon with you. So thanks for having me on Hash Church today. Glad we had Lester.
Let's put out the word, Todd. Let's see if we can't get a hold of Neville and some of these other characters that we brought up today. I'll talk to you during the week.
I think we should make a little hit list and see who we can talk to. It'd be great. Archive it. Turn you into Larry King.
I appreciate your help, brother. Thanks for coming in.
All right, lots of love, everybody. Have a great day.
And thanks, everyone, for coming in. That was a really great Hash Church. I wish I didn't miss Grinspoon. I'm excited to go back and watch it. Thanks for coming in early, Etienne. Much appreciated. That was nice, and you're still producing right till the last minutes. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure to have Horatio and Johnny B in the house, and everyone that was here. I much appreciate it. Thank you. Special thanks to Dr. Lester Grinspoon for coming in and blessing Hash Church with his presence. I mean, man, that's a heavy hitter right there. That's a man to Google and do your information, your research on if you don't know who he is. He's got some incredible backstory and some books out there you can check out. Thank you, everyone, from Hash Church. Signing out. Love you guys.
Have a good day, man.
Have a good one yourself, buddy. Be safe out there.
Pardon me?
I said you have a great day yourself. Be safe out there.
You too, man. Peace.